Sports. We are Black Horse. We are Wisconsin.
And good Sunday afternoon to you all. Beautiful sunny day, albeit a little bit cool here in Milwaukee. We're ready for the Diamondbacks and the Brewers. It is the final game of this three-game series. Milwaukee trying to salvage one on this homestand. Hi, everybody. Brian Anderson along with Bill Schroeder. Sophia Minnaert is our reporter today. We'll hear from her in just a little bit. All right, the Brewers continue to struggle. They've lost 7 consecutive games. They're hoping today's the day they get back to winning ways. Got some terrible news last night, though. Chris Davis is going on the disabled list, and yet another injury has sprung up for Milwaukee.
Yeah, if they didn't have bad luck, they'd have none at all. But kind of a crazy situation for Davis. You can see he's swinging through a pitch, and the left knee got a meniscus issue. It looks like he might have to undergo surgery. We'll see, and we'll keep you posted on that. But the 5th different position player on the disabled list, and the Brewers have Gerardo Parra. He's already filled in for Carlos Gomez in center. Ryan Braun missed a week with an injury, so Parra is certainly capable. You can see his numbers in the month of May. His last 31 games, he's hitting .345. So a guy that Craig Counsell was trying to figure out ways to keep in the lineup. Well, he's going to now because Davis is going to be out for quite some time.
Well, with injury comes opportunity. We'll see if Parra will play against left-handed starting pitching. That'll be the big question moving forward. Speaking of pitching, we got a major league debut coming up. Tyler Wagner up from Double-A gets his first start in the big leagues. Craig and Augie will break him down when we come back.
Home improvement needs. By Toyota. See where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. And by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. Back at Miller Park here today, Game 3, the Diamondbacks and the Brew Crew. Tyler Wagner set to make his Major League debut for Milwaukee, and Chase Anderson knows all about that. He was just a rookie a year ago, having an outstanding start to his second season as well. That's the pitching matchup. I'm Craig Kishon alongside Jerry Augustine. Very close to first pitch for Tyler Wagner. What's going through his mind right now? The 24-year-old just called up from Double-A to make his Major League debut.
He's thinking ground ball because that's his style of pitcher is. When you think about his makeup, he's a ground ball. He's got a really good sinker with a slider and a change of pace pitch with that changeup. But one thing he's deceptive delivery. He has a little bit of a high leg kick. He comes out of that three-quarter slot, makes the ball, heights the ball real well. He's a little bit deceptive. But most of all, he's competitive. He goes out there. He's a take charge kind of guy. Likes to get ahead, throw a lot of ground balls. He's going out there to get ahead and really give a good performance out on his first start today.
It'll be interesting to see what his emotions are, if he can hold them in check here at Miller Park against a hot-hitting Arizona Diamondback team. Brewers need a win, though, to close out the homestand. We'll see if the young kid can get it done next.
And casino. Book your stay now. Roof is closed on this very chilly afternoon here on the final day of May. 52 degrees out there. Brian Anderson with Bill Schroeder. Sophia Minute, our reporter. Today's game being produced by Brad Weimer, directed by Mark Vittorio. Ready for baseball this afternoon. The Brewers trying to win for the first time on this homestand, trying to break a 7-game losing streak. Chip Hale, in his first year as the skipper of the Arizona Diamondbacks, he's got his club just 2 games under right now. They are 23-25, 6 games back in the National League West. His Potawatomi lineup has A.J. Pollock leading off today. Cliff Pennington will play short. Then Goldschmidt, who was putting up MVP numbers at the first quarter of the season. Middle of the order is David Peralta, Mark Trumbo, and Yasmani Tomas. JARROD SALTALAMACCHIA will catch Chris Owings at second base. And rounding out is Chase Anderson. And there is Tyler Wagner. And Rock, I think we are all looking forward to see Wagner pitch. He's been tearing it up at the Double-A level. He's making his Major League debut here this afternoon.
And you figure he's going to be real excited. You hope he's going to be able to control his emotions. He's a 4th-round pick back in 2012 out of Las Vegas, Nevada, 6'3", 200 pounds. A career minor league record for the Brewers at 29-19. And here in Milwaukee, making his first home start of the year, he was pitching down in Double-A, where he was 5-1 with a 2.01 earned run average. You got good stuff, just a matter of Wagner being able to control his emotions and pound the strike zone.
Willie Peralta on the disabled list. The reason Wagner is here. How about the Menards Brewers defense, partner?
Well, it's probably going to be Gerardo Parra out in left field for quite a long time, with Chris Davis going on the disabled list. Might need surgery, talking about Davis. Gomez and Braun round out the outfield. Herrera at third base. Ramirez off today. Segura, Sardinius, and Jason Rogers getting a start. Lynn sits this one out. And Martin Maldonado behind home plate.
Four-man umpiring crew in place. Ryan Blackney is behind the plate. Hunter Wendelstedt, Bob Davidson, and Ben May. No Adam Lind in the lineup. He's one of the few healthy players, but Sophia has more on Adam Lind. What's going on with the Brewers first baseman, Sophia?
Yeah, Adam Lind is the only Brewers starter from opening day who hasn't seen some extended time out or on the disabled list. But Craig Counsell saying before the game he's just got a little back flare up, so he is hopeful that with Jaime Garcia, a lefty, on the mound for St. Louis tomorrow, he'll be back in the lineup on Tuesday.
All right, Sophia, thank you. So the news just keeps getting better for Milwaukee as Wagner's first pitch in the big leagues is strike one. Facing A.J. Pollock, and a bouncing ball that is a fair ball. And there is out number one. I tell you, it's all about outs and strikes for Tyler Wagner. It is for every pitcher, but for a guy just coming up from the minor leagues, Rock, to try to build these stepping stones of confidence to stay here, they're all important.
Which means a good start. You get that confidence going, have a good quick first inning, and when you have a sinker baller out there, very important for him to relax, not try and overthrow, because when you overthrow and you're trying to sink the fastball, it straightens out. He's not a hard thrower.
Here's Cliff Pennington, who gets the call at shortstop here today. And Terry Augustine gave us a good scouting report about Wagner, calling him a strike thrower. And he's got a good sinker. At one time, he was a closer in college. It was a shortstop and a closer, as a matter of fact, during his college days at Utah. And Craig Counsell loves his athleticism, feels that serves him well on the mound. And he was a 95+ mile-an-hour pitcher back then in the early stages. But as a starter, that fastball sits around 92-ish. 2 up, 2 down, and a couple of ground balls.
Yeah, that's what you like to see. They made 9 starts down in the minor leagues, 6 of them quality starts. You know, Biloxi was 6-3 in those 9 starts. You know, last pitched in Birmingham. That was on the 23rd, and picked up his only loss of the season down in the minor leagues. But pitched well, 2 runs in 6 2/3 innings.
Now this will be his biggest test today. The guy hitting third in the Diamondbacks order, Paul Goldschmidt, and he's every opposing pitcher's biggest test. He's had a monster series. And Paul Goldschmidt never stop improving, courtesy of Lowe's, and he has 6 hits in this series. He's 6 for 10 with 2 homers and 3 doubles. The 2 homers came yesterday, and that ball's hit deep to right. And Braun will watch this go. Man, oh man, you can't get him out right now.
No, why throw him strikes? That's my point. I mean, I think that, you know, putting him on first base is not a bad option. He'll work around the strike zone, see if he's going to chase. If he doesn't, he's going to walk and leave it up to the guy on deck. I mean, how bad does this guy have to beat you up before you stop throwing him strikes? Middle in, and he takes it to the opposite field. I mean, the guy is just red hot. He loves hitting here at Miller Park, and Brewers just continue to throw him strikes. I'm not sure why.
So Goldschmidt now with 15 home runs. He has 3 home runs in the last 2 games of this series, as David Peralta takes a strike. His numbers at Miller Park: he has 24 career hits in 12 games, 7 homers in those 12 games, and now 17 RBIs in the 12 games. There's a bunt with the shift on. Peralta trying to rattle the Brewers' defensive maneuvering.
Did he hit his hand? I'm not sure. He's looking at his hand, the top hand on that bat.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah. Yeah, with 2 outs and nobody on, ideally you want to swing the bat and try to get into scoring position, but looks like that ball hit the hand of Peralta. See how high up on the bat he's got his hand and hits him right on the fingers.
Wow, I remember Manny Parr did that a few years back for the Brewers, broke his finger. And you could already see the split in the batting glove for David Peralta. This could be bad news for the Diamondbacks left fielder. Take a listen. Ouch.
Yeah, right on the fingernails. It looked like the two fingers in the middle of the hand, the index finger, and the middle finger. That's what they're looking at.
So it's not a hit by pitch. He bunted at the ball. It's a foul ball and a strike.
Hit both, I think. Hit the fingers and the bat.
Yeah, they're going to have to take him out. That is a tough break for the Diamondbacks. Peralta didn't start yesterday. Swung the bat very well on Friday. They've got a revolving door of outfielders with the Diamondbacks. And for him to come out of the game gives you an idea that it's a pretty significant injury. They must fear that there's something more in there than just a bruise.
A split fingernail, perhaps. I hope Inciarte enjoyed his day off today.
He'll be right back in there. Peralta headed back to the clubhouse. There are X-ray facilities here at Miller Park, so players can find out right away whether there's a broken bone or not, and I'm sure he's headed for an X-ray. So it will be Inciarte, and he's going to enter this game with an 0-2 count. Inciarte had a terrific day yesterday, made a great catch in left field. You don't lose anything defensively for sure. He's their regular leadoff hitter. I'm sure Chip Hale constructed his lineup with the powerful Peralta in the cleanup spot, which is where Inciarte will occupy the rest of the game. 0-2.
Yeah, this will be Inciarte's at bat unless he strikes out. He gets up there with an 0-2 count. If he punches out, it's going to go on the record of Peralta.
A free at bat statistically for Inciarte. Tyler Wagner got the first two men out on ground balls, then Paul Goldschmidt with a home run. And 3 consecutive balls here to work the count full 3-2. As we said in the pregame, you figure the way the Brewers are going right now with a record of 16-34, there are going to be some minor league stories developing. There are opportunities with Milwaukee. Every minor league player, he probably wouldn't say it publicly, but every minor league player knows when the major league team is struggling like the Brewers are, it creates windows, creates opportunities to make a name for yourself. And every player worth his salt in the minor leagues is looking forward for that chance.
Man, Craig Counsell has said these guys come up, they have to produce. I mean, they're in the organization as prospects. They're down there to be ready to play in the big leagues, and expects them to get the job done.
Wagner coming out of the 2012 draft. He was a 4th rounder. He's got another ground ball. Nice easy hop for Segura, and the inning is over. But the Brewers get Goldschmidted again. He's on the board with another homer. Paul Goldschmidt is staking a major claim to that mark this season. He has homered. Craig Counsell and the Brewers will have to play from behind once again. 1-0 Arizona. Counsell and the Brewers trying to snap a 7-game slide. Here's the batting order today. We got Gene Segura leading off, then Parra, followed by Braun. Middle of the order is Gomez, Rogers, and Herrera, with Sardinas, Maldonado, and Wagner rounding out the Potawatomi batting order. There is Chase Anderson. He is making his 10th start of the season, going along pretty well for the Diamondbacks this year.
And no doubt, he's got 7 no decisions. He's been the victim of very bad run support when he's been out there. Only 16 runs the Diamondbacks have scored for him while he's been in the game in his first 9 starts. That's the 10th fewest in the National League. He's pitched well. There's a no decision, obviously, his last time out, but he went 7 innings.
His velocity is a few ticks below Tyler Wagner, but his pitching style very similar. He's a strike thrower, guy that'll work all 4 pitches in the strike zone. Chase Anderson, part of this young rotation of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Born in Wichita Falls, Texas, resides in McKinney. Gene Segura in the leadoff spot today. Counsell shifting up his lineup a little bit. Yeah, Segura, a foul ball, just does stay alive on an 0-2 pitch.
And another no decision again against the Cardinals this last time out. Didn't go 6 innings for him. Scattered 10 hits, but only gave up 2 runs in a 2-0 loss. I should say he left the game down 2-0. What's new for him?
And Segura into left field. Inciarte will make the play, out number 1 here in the first inning.
Yeah, very solid defensive unit, these Arizona Diamondbacks. Only 20 errors. Let's check out Menard's defense. We got Inciarte in the game. We got Pollock and Trumbo in the outfield. Tomas, Pennington, Owings, and Goldschmidt from 3rd to 1st, and SALTALAMACCHIA behind home plate.
Inciarte just in the game. David Peralta, if you're just picking us up, trying to bunt his way on. Caught a piece of his finger, looked like the middle finger on the left hand, so he's out. Inciarte will play the rest of this one. Here's Gerardo Parra, the former Diamondback. Chris Davis goes on the disabled list, and Parra figures to be getting most of the playing time in left field, and he certainly won't balk at that. He's been playing a lot anyway. He and Davis essentially working in a platoon. Parra's had a hot bat through the month of May.
It'll be interesting to see what Counsell does against a left-hander. They're going to see one tomorrow in Jaime Garcia. Well, you never know. You might throw Herrera in left field and get Ramirez back in the lineup. We'll see what he does. It's been a challenge for Counsell since taking over, for sure. Not that it was a piece of cake for Ron Renicky by any stretch.
Two balls, 2 strikes on Parra. He'll be followed by Ryan Braun. Parra over a pretty significant stretch, which covers most of May, a 31-game stretch. So right there towards the end of April and all through the month of May, Parra is batting .345 in a 31-game stretch. That includes a number of pinch hit appearances as well. A little slow roller out to second. Owings will make the play for out number 2.
Yeah, a lot of similarities between these 2 starters. You mentioned that Wagner's going to have a little bit more on the fastball than Anderson, but you know, sinker, slider, change-ups, 3rd pitch. He threw a curveball to Parra, so he's going to throw some curveballs to lefties. In the strike zone, doesn't mess around too much. Not many strikeouts or walks. He puts the ball in play.
Facing Ryan Braun here with 2 away. Braun coming in with a .269 batting average. That's an on-base percentage of .344. Big swing and a miss. Braun has been on the attack on first pitch strikes this year, maybe more so than any other year. As a matter of fact, of his 12 homers, 7 homers have come on balls in play on the first pitch he has seen. Braun with an OPS of .865 right now, and hoping to, those are good numbers, but hoping to improve upon that, especially with the on-base percentage, which is still good at .344, but Braun feels like there's a lot more in that. He's only hitting .269. He is drawing a fair amount of walks, but certainly believes himself to be a .300 hitter in the major leagues. He's having a great month. He is wrapping up his Player of the Week honors this week. They'll have a new National League Player of the Week announced tomorrow. Braun and Andrew McCutchen sharing the Player of the Week honors for last week. Had 3 home runs last week. That one skips in. It's 3-2.
Just seeing the baseball well. He's driving the ball pretty well to all fields. And has been pretty quick on the inside corner. The problem that he had last year with that bad thumb, he just couldn't get to that pitch. He can now.
Ryan is tied for 5th in the National League in homers with 12. He's 4th in RBIs with 37. And a swing and a miss. Down he goes on strikes. Chase Anderson, a shutdown first inning with a K. We go to the second.
Second inning, Tyler Wagner is making his major league debut, and the Brewers have gotten some bad injury news with Chris Davis lately, but they will get some good news with the return of Jonathan Lucroy tomorrow. He has not been in the Brewers lineup since April 20th. We check out our T-Mobile game changer. Lucroy is expected to rejoin the team tomorrow in St. Louis as he wraps up his rehab assignment with the Brevard County Manatees. He's gone 3 for 13 there. Craig Counsell saying he caught the whole game yesterday. He's gotten a good report, so they're eager for him to get back, rejoin the team. You see his numbers against the Cardinals. Again, he'll be available and hopefully activated tomorrow for that series opener in St. Louis.
That'll be a big piece to get back. The Brewers could use some good news. There's been a lot of bad news so far this year. Trying to get things going a little bit. Try to have some fun at the old ballpark. It's tough when you're losing as much as Milwaukee is. Here's Mark Trumbo to start the inning for Arizona. Trumbo, Yasmani Tomas, and JARROD SALTALAMACCHIA. Second inning for Tyler Wagner. Got 3 ground ball outs in the first inning. Did give up a home run to Paul Goldschmidt. Wagner can find comfort that he's not alone in that category, however.
Yeah.
Goldschmidt has hit 3 of them in this series and now has 15 for the year. He is among league leaders in that category.
Just incredible opposite field power. He covers the outside corner very well. Interesting to see how the Brewers attack him the rest of the way. Brewers are going to be in Arizona in July.
I think the Barry Bonds treatment might be effective the rest of the way.
I'm telling you, why
4
throw
fingers.
strikes? I mean, leave it up to the guy behind him, right?
Only Bryce Harper has more home runs than Goldschmidt. That ball's hit hard to right field. Braun going back, and he can't get it. It's over his head. Trumbo thinking about 2, and the throw comes in just late. Trumbo with a double.
I think Ryan misjudged that ball in the outfield just a little bit. He went over and then had to go back. He doesn't angle back. The Trumbo, another guy with some pretty good opposite field power, drives that one over his head. You can see the way he goes over. Then he has to go back as opposed to angling back. And had he done that, he might have been able to make the catch.
A leadoff double for the Diamondbacks, and that'll bring up Yasmani Tomas. Tomas defecting from Cuba, just getting to the big leagues. Chip Hale will be protective of his playing time. He's a first ball swinger, and he hammers one through the hole for a base hit. And first and third with nobody out starting this second inning.
Well, again, when you leave that sinker up in the strike zone, those become very hittable when you're not throwing in the upper 90s. Tomas not messing around at 90 miles an hour, pitch in or half, and left that one up in the zone.
That'll bring up JARROD SALTALAMACCHIA. Just arrived to the Diamondbacks Friday. Started the year with the Marlins. Signed a 3-year deal with the Marlins prior to last season. And they released him. Arizona picked him up. Spent 9 games in AAA in Reno, and then Arizona lost their starting catcher, Tuffy Goswitch, with a season-ending knee injury. Looks like an ACL injury for Goswitch. That just happened in St. Louis, so SALTALAMACCHIA gets the call back to the big leagues.
And the Diamondbacks feel that's a blow to their ball club. I mean, a good, solid defensive catcher, throws the ball well. Not much of a hitter, but they've got plenty of that. Good game caller. It's going to be up to SALTALAMACCHIA.
He makes his second start of this series. Jordan Pacheco is the other Diamondbacks catcher. He caught last night. That's in the dirt. Gets by Maldonado, and both runners will advance. The Diamondbacks score their second run.
Yeah, it looked like a slider that backed up on Maldonado. Just goes straight down and not able to get over quick enough to keep it close. And pitch in front of home plate on the outer half. It was supposed to be inside. Maldonado couldn't handle it.
And a wild pitch to score the run, be an earned run. 2-0 Arizona. Here is the 2-1 pitch. Misses upstairs, 3 balls and a strike. Young Tyler Wagner out of Utah. Played his high school ball in Las Vegas, his college ball at Utah. He's from Bishop Gorman High School in Las Vegas. SALTALAMACCHIA off the end of the bat, out to Parra for the out. First out of the inning. I mentioned Bryce Harper, who leads the National League in homers with 18. Well, he and Tyler Wagner were teammates in the Las Vegas AAU circuit. Matter of fact, Tyler Wagner is just a year and a half older than Harper. Chris Bryant, Joey Gallo, other big league names that were on that AAU team in Las Vegas.
All right, part of the 2012 draft, Tyler Wagner, the first of the Brewers 2012 draftees to play for the Brewers.
He's just 24 years of age. It's interesting. He was in Biloxi in AA. This is the team you may have heard about. They have not had a home game yet. They've been on this long road trip while their stadium is being built, as Owings swings and misses. So go figure that Tyler Wagner's got to get a call to the big leagues to actually have a home game.
But it's really a road game for him.
He's still in a suitcase in a hotel.
Yeah, maybe next time.
There was some discussion that Wagner, or whoever that pitcher was going to be that came up, turns out to be Wagner, would pitch in St. Louis. But they have rearranged the rotation so Wagner could pitch here in Milwaukee, and then the Brewers, utilizing the off day on Thursday, will be back into their rotation against the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yep, Garza fires in Nelson against the Cardinals.
Willie Peralta had to go on the disabled list. Has an oblique injury, and he's going to be on the shelf for a while. So there's going to be at least a month, maybe 6 weeks, where the Brewers need a starter, and Wagner is hoping it will be him.
Interesting that Michael Blazek is in the Brewers dugout.
And there he is. Good observation. Normally he'd be in the bullpen. Brewers have debated that Blazek could enter into the starting rotation, he and Tyler Thornburg. So that'll be fun to watch. Blazek has been taking batting practice with the starters.
He's been great. I mean, not great. He's been very effective. A nice surprise for this Brewers pitching staff to start the season.
Wagner's got Chris Owings in a 1-2 count. Got a runner at second. A run is in. Double and a single to start the inning. A wild pitch scored the run. And that one's into left center. Going to get down for a hit. Tomas will try to score. Parra's throw is all the way through and late. And it is 3-0 Arizona. RBI single for Chris Owings.
And Brewers have been falling behind early in this series. And once again today, 3-0 as we work here in the second inning. Parra all the way in. But Owings stays at first base.
3 runs on 4 hits. Quick meeting at the mound with Rick Kranitz, the pitching coach. And while Craig Counsell may say publicly that the Brewers aren't going to quote unquote baby Wagner, you have to be very deliberate, very careful with a young arm. His first major league start, he's got a lot of nerves, I'm sure. I mean, there's a lot to deal with and think about when you pitch in the big leagues for the first time.
Well, and the other part of that is the Brewers need some innings out of him. I mean, one of the reasons that Blazek's in the dugout is because he threw 2 2/3 innings in yesterday's ball game. Probably not available today, so it's going to be interesting to see if Wagner's not able to go 5-6 innings, what they're going to do.
The pitcher, Chase Anderson, at the plate, and he gets a bunt down. Wagner will make the play to first for the second out of the inning.
Hey, the Brewers square off against Bryce Harper and the rest of the Washington Nationals. Thursday, June 11th through Sunday the 14th in a jam-packed 4-game set featuring a T-shirt giveaway on Friday, an OA art concert on Saturday, and there's more. Carlos Gomez bobblehead day on Sunday. For tickets, there's at Brewers.com today.
I got a sneak peek of the Gomez bobblehead, by the way. There's a real good sneak peek. But the real thing is here. He's in his National League All-Star uniform, which is kind of cool. A.J. Pollock. And that'll be a check swing. So here it is. It's at its highest value right now because it hasn't been released yet. Taking all bids. Brewers Fan Camp, right? Twitter handle.
Yeah, I mean, you want me to sell it?
It's not for sale. It's priceless. Anything else you'd like to sell on your Twitter handle there, Rock?
We got a couple of sets of the Zubas pants that they're going to be giving away here soon, and
they're game worn already.
Right? Yeah, slipped them on for the concert. Getting jiggy with it up here. Joe Nichols. Did you stick around? I didn't see you.
Absolutely. No, I went down. Went in the front row.
You were on the stage. That's right. You were on the stage. You're from Texas. You can sing country.
Absolutely. They have a fiddle?
I don't remember.
See,
I don't think they did. No.
See, that's the problem. Because if you're going to play in Texas, you got to have a fiddle in the band. A washboard would help.
Play the jugs.
Slide guitar. I was thinking about going pro as a professional spoon player at one point, but didn't work out.
Yeah, you can spoon it out. I know.
There's a strike to Pollock.
It was a good concert, though. A lot of fun. A lot of folks stuck around, and Joe Nichols, about an hour he played, and all of his great hits, and good time had by all.
Very entertaining. And OAR, they'll put on a great show. The Goo Goo Dolls in August. They're coming as well. 3 concerts following games here this season. On the ground, up the middle. And another run will score. The Diamondbacks take a 4-0 lead. 3 runs are in. The Brewers continued to give up the big innings, and it doesn't matter who's on the mound. They're all giving them up.
Yeah. And Diamondbacks 3 hits with a man in scoring position in this game. That was a problem that they had, and then they got swept against the Cardinals. Weren't able to get that big hit. They have been doing that in this series, however.
Here's Cliff Pennington now with Goldschmidt on deck. Ouch. I think that got Pollock right in the ribs.
Dave McKay, the first base coach. Boy, how long has he been a coach in the big leagues? It's been seems like forever. Many years with Tony La Russa. He's with the Cubs, Cardinals.
First base coach and outfield coach. One of the best. Runner goes. Maldonado's throw to second on the wrong side, and safe is Pollock.
And he was dancing off and taking some shuffle steps before Wagner got rid of the baseball. He just kept going. Wagner didn't step off. And had that throw been on the first base side of the bag, they would have been able to get him at second. Not a good throw by Martin.
Martin's having a tough time right now behind the plate. He's dropped a few balls. He's let a few get by him to block balls. He's actually thrown the ball well until that one. He's had a pretty good run throwing out base runners.
Did catching a lot, that's for sure. I mean, a lot more than he had anticipated going into the season. With Lucroy on the DL.
Brewers signed Maldonado to a 2-year contract. He's been a very capable backup. Has struggled a bit since Lucroy went on the disabled list. A pickoff play at second. Close play. Pollock is back.
Kirk Counsell said it best about Maldonado. The fact that I think he's put too much pressure on himself, knowing he's going to get a lot of playing time. Wanting to prove to the Brewers and all of baseball that he's a #1 catcher in the big leagues. I mean, both offensively, behind the plate, calling a game. Got to relax and stay within yourself.
Craig Counsell talking before the game. One of the areas of improvement for Maldonado is when you're catching as a backup, when you play once a week, once every 10 days or so, that's all you do. You focus on the pitching. You want to be a defensive presence. Any kind of offense is a bonus. And he just feels like Maldonado is taking one area to the next, taking a misplay to the plate, taking what happens at the plate to the field into some of the matchups, and he'll learn from it. This is about as much playing time as he has had. Now, he did fill in for Lucroy back in 2012. We didn't know much about Maldonado at that point. Established himself as a quality backup catcher. And I think you're right. He wanted to prove that he could be a number one, and maybe just trying to do too much back there.
It's all part of the learning curve. I mean, you're right. It's a much different animal when you're playing once a week as opposed to every single day out there. You're expected to be productive at the plate, whereas when you're only playing once a week, they don't expect much out of you. Different expectations. Some players handle it differently.
3-2 is the count on Pennington, and a ground ball to Segura. And the side is retired. Close play at first, but the inning is over. Arizona scores 3. 4-0 Diamondbacks. Well, the Brewers got their work cut out for them. Again, it is 4-0 as we head to the bottom of the second inning. A lot of baseball to be played. Let's take you back to Friday. Gomez with a leadoff home run. His second leadoff home run of the season. Powerball home run number 5 overall. His 9th career leadoff home run. It has been the Diamondbacks that have hit the long ball in this series. However, Arizona hit 4 on Friday night. Goldschmidt has a home run here today. Goldschmidt hit 2 home runs yesterday. Gomez sends that one to left. Inciarte is there for the out. One away here in the second. That music must mean Jason Rogers is coming up. That's the theme from Godzilla.
I was going to say that would have fit well in yesterday's game. Star Wars Day at the ballpark. How was that?
Oh, it was fantastic. Aside from the final score, which went the Diamondbacks' way, the Star Wars theme was great.
Were there some fans playing along, dressing up?
Oh, a lot of fans. A lot of fans. They did a great job on the scoreboard with some of the Photoshop. And I believe Jason Rogers was my favorite from yesterday. So it was just his face in the body of Chewbacca.
Really?
So every player, you know, Ryan Braun was Braun Solo. Braun Solo.
Got it.
Han Solo. And then I don't know if Rogers was happy about that or not, but he got a hit and he gets another hit today. So
pinch hit double in yesterday's ball game.
Right.
Yeah.
As Chewbacca. It's been inspired. He's a good hitter. No question. Always has been in the minor leagues.
Nice and relaxed up there at the plate. Big, strong right-handed hitter, and got quick hands, can handle that inside corner.
The Georgia native, Atlanta area, Jason Rogers. So the Brewers with their first hit. And let's see if they can chip away at this deficit. Here's ELIAN HERRERA. Herrera started at second base yesterday, gets a call at third today. Ramirez getting a day off. Sophia reported earlier that Adam Lind is out of the lineup with tightness in his back. That's something that flares up every now and then. We haven't seen much of it this year, though. Saw a lot of it in spring training. Just Herrera into left center. Long run for Pollock. And he's got it for the second out of the inning. 2 fly ball outs for the Brewers in this second. 2 outs, runner at first for Luis Sardinas.
Yeah, that was the issue for Adam Lind coming into spring training. He's had that chronic back issue, and the Brewers were thinking that the fact that he's off the AstroTurf in Toronto, that back would be much better, which it has, but it flares up a little bit. Sit him down for a couple of days, and he should be back to normal on Tuesday.
So it means other than Braun, there has not been a starter that position player wise that has escaped injury. That's a fair ball. Goldschmidt will go to the bag for an easy out. Sardinas on the first pitch. Brewers retired in the second. They leave him in.
The Brewers trailing 4-0, but that will not spoil the day of Tyler Wagner, who is here for his Major League debut. And I am pleased to be joined now by his parents, Tom and Pam. And first of all, congratulations to both of you. Tyler making his Major League debut here today. Tom, I'll start with you. Tyler got the news from Carlos Sabero, the Biloxi manager, in front of the whole clubhouse. What was your reaction when Tyler called with the news?
It was pretty good. He FaceTimed me. I happened to be in the vehicle with his brother, and, you know, he just surprised us and said, Dad, I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm going to the big leagues. And it was just a great emotional bonding time with them, and he's just so appreciative to everything that's happened.
Mom, Pam, what was your reaction when you got the news from Tyler?
I screamed. He asked me, what are you doing Sunday? I said, I don't know. What am I doing? So I screamed.
Well, Tyler at University of Utah was a shortstop and a closer. So what's it like to see him here as a starting pitcher with the Milwaukee Brewers at Miller Park?
Well, it's good. We knew that the Brewers were going to convert him to a starter. They thought there was something in there. Obviously, being a shortstop in high school and college, it was a different thing for him, but he's just learned and really embraced the process, and he loves the starting role now.
And you were a part of the traveling road show with the Biloxi Shuckers. They're on a 55-game road trip. Their home park does not open until next Saturday. But you've been on this ride with Tyler, so tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's easier than most parents because I am retired. So I've actually been able to be at all of his opening games, which he's been honored to be the opening day pitcher at every level. So it was very cool to be there see some new stadiums in the South, and you know what? He's embraced it because he knows how to live out of a suitcase. I think he'll adjust just fine to this.
All right, thanks. And BA and Rock, a great story. They've got over 20 plus family members here. They're all from Minnesota, and they're going to take the road show back. They'll make the trip to Minnesota, see him pitch at Target Field if he gets that next start there.
All right, very good, Sophia. Great to have them as part of the Brewer family here, as Wagner is dealing with Paul Goldschmidt. Now, Tom is a retired police officer, Las Vegas Police Department, but as Sophia mentioned, they have Minnesota ties as well. You could hear it in his accent a little bit.
Yeah, big day for the parents. I mean, they grind with the kids, as they go up through the minor leagues and starting them out as young kids and enjoy all the good times, suffer through the bad times, and good for them. Good that they could be here today.
It's quite a moment. I remember when my older brother Mike made his major league debut. It was so special for him, but he had work to do for us as family members. It was nerve-wracking, exciting, all of that. As Goldschmidt just continues to hit, and 2 more hits today for Paul Goldschmidt. He is now 8 for 12 in the series.
I remember I got called up in 1983, and my first game was at Arlington against the Rangers. And right after that game, we went to Milwaukee. My dad was in the stands for that game. He was around for my first major league home run in that series against the Twins.
That's awesome.
Dad was around when I caught the Nieves no-hitter. He was in Baltimore for that.
Yeah, those are special moments.
Yep, they deserve it. They put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into every one of these kids' careers. The parents, the moms and dads, the families.
I always felt like it was much more difficult on the families and friends of a pitcher, especially a starting pitcher. And my brother Mike was a starting pitcher, and I can remember agonizing every 5th day when he was starting through the minor leagues. Just seems like it's much easier to deal with a position player. Your at-bats, I'm sure, cause a few nerves, but these guys are in the game defensively. But yeah, they are the most anxious people in the ballpark right now, that group of 20 that is all here to see Tyler pitch. And it's a lot of pressure on Tyler himself. He wants to do well and show well regardless of how he does today, and he's already down 4-0. It doesn't take the shine off what this day means. The accomplishment to make it to the major leagues is a significant accomplishment.
I remember my father, even when I was in Little League. I mean, if I didn't get a hit where he was sitting, the next time I was up, he'd move somewhere else.
That's right. There's a base hit to left. Inciarte singles, and the Diamondbacks are back to their hitting ways.
He didn't have to do a lot of moving until I got to the major leagues. I think he sat in every seat at County Stadium at one point.
That's good.
But he loved every minute of it. And Mom was there for a lot of that too.
We're headed to St. Louis tomorrow, and talking about families and kids playing baseball. It reminds me of this book that Mike Matheny wrote called the Matheny Manifesto, and he was kind enough to send us copies, and we appreciate that. And I started reading this book, and I'm about a quarter of a way through it, and I am all in. So I am highly recommending parents of youth players read this book, the Matheny Manifesto.
Yeah, it's not about the Cardinals. It's not about his playing career so much. It's
not
about
at
how
all.
Parents should handle their kids in youth sports, and I think that's a very important thing. And a lot of parents get too carried away with it. They really do. Put a lot of pressure on the kids, and shouldn't be that way.
And even to the point of cheering for your children, which sounds strange. Little tapper foul by Trumbo. Sounds weird that you'd say, hey, don't cheer your kids, but it's one thing to clap and be encouraging. But I think a lot of times kids on the field, they hear that. I remember as a kid, you hear certain things, and even cheers can add pressure, and we as grown-ups put so much pressure on our youth in all sports and all activities. Sometimes it's important to step back. I highly recommend this book. It's right on the money. Matheny Manifesto. I hope he sells 1 billion copies of it. I'd love to see everybody across the country, especially as these AAU teams rise up, and they certainly have their place, but It can do a lot of harm or a lot of good
Yeah.
with some of these teams. It's not professional. Let them have fun. Let them play multiple positions.
Multiple sports.
Yes.
You know, multiple activities. You never know what they're going to be good at.
0-2 and a swing and a miss. Trumbo strikes out.
There's a good breaking ball right there. That's where he wants it, down in the zone. And gets Trumbo on strikes. Going straight down. Good pitch. Might have been a changeup.
And as he gets more comfortable on the mound, begins to relax a little, I'm sure all of his off-speed stuff will get sharper and more effective. Yasmani Tomas, he swung at the first pitch last time up. He singled to left. 2 on with 1 away. Wagner could use a ground ball here, get a double play, get out of this inning. Brewers can ill afford to get any further behind. It's already 4-0. Yesterday, the Diamondbacks scored 7 runs on 12 hits through the first 4 innings. This team can bang with the best of them right now. They're in the top 4 in the National League in many of the offensive categories, including batting average.
Actually, they lead the league in runs scored. 4th in batting average. Runs scored, they lead the league. On base percentage 5th. Yep.
Here's a 1-1 and a swing and a miss. Little off speed again. Maybe that changeup, and it's a ball and 2 strikes to Tomas. 24-year-old Tyler Wagner began his professional career in 2012 with Helena. The next year he was up in Appleton for the Timber Rattlers and was a winner in Wisconsin. He won 10 games there at a 3.21 ERA. That was 2 years ago. Last year, Brevard County, which is the high A ball level, a 13-game winner there with a 1.86 ERA.
Yeah, his minor league numbers, including this year, 29-19. Not bad.
Tough to win games in the minor leagues. Pitchers aren't around long enough typically. There's a called strike 3. Wagner fooled him with a fastball, and down goes Tomas. Back-to-back strikeouts.
Good example. You don't have to be on the corners when you're down in the strike zone just like that. Pretty much center cut over the heart of the plate, but down around the knees. And Ryan Blakeney rings him up. Good pitch.
2 outs. Still 2 on. Here's Saltalamaccchia. The next phase in Wagner's development was to improve against left-handed batters, especially as you go to the higher levels. That's a major jump from single A to double A, which he made last year to this year. And now he's making the jump from double A to the big leagues. Last year at this time, he was pitching in the Florida State League.
Right.
In front of dozens of fans.
I'm not sure what the bigger jump is. It could very well be A ball to double A. A lot of guys get stymied in A ball and end up, you know, giving it up at that point, or the organizations give up on them. But, you know, going from double A to the big leagues is a little bit more common these days than it ever was.
Last time it's happened for the Brewers was Tyler Thornburg. In the dirt, good block back there by Maldonado. 2-1 to count.
Albert Pujols' rookie year. I mean, he went from A ball, right?
That's right. Made the club out of spring training.
Bobby Bonilla was hurt. He had a knee problem, and they gave this guy named Albert Pujols a chance. And look what happened. Never know.
That's why you hear baseball guys, you hear Craig Counsell talking today when there are injuries in the major leagues. The Brewers have had a lot of them. Next man up gives an opportunity for someone to step in the history of baseball. It is riddled with stories about guys who get chances because of an injury. famous players, Hall of Fame type players. You never know who the next one will be. That's about what the Brewers are left with at this point. Trying to see who's going to be the next star. And his ball 4. SALTALAMACCHIA draws the walk. And the bases are loaded for Arizona with 2 away now. Wagner will face Chris Owings.
Yeah, Wagner really missing down in the strike zone right now. I mean, that's a function of the way the Diamondbacks have been swinging the bat. Seems like every time he leaves one up in the strike zone, he gets hit. So when he misses now, at least, he's missing down in the zone up to this point.
I'll see if he can get through this third. It's 4-0. Diamondbacks have him loaded for Chris Owings. And a 2-strike RBI single in the second inning. Goldschmidt at third, started the inning with a single. Inciarte at second, SALTALAMACCHIA at first. The 1-1 in the air, shallow right. Braun will run it down, and Wagner strands the bases loaded. He's battling in his major league debut. See if the Brewers can score some runs for him. Wisconsin is brought to you by Marshfield Clinic. Don't just live, shine. By Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. And by Hupy and Abraham, 800-800-5678. Hupy and Abraham, tell them you mean business. Back at Miller Park, Milwaukee, 4-0 Diamondbacks. We head to the bottom of the third. Say we want to send a farewell to our buddy Sean Owens. He's been interning in the media relations department, and Sean is actually going to be going to work for the Bucks. He starts tomorrow, yeah. So great work for Sean. And he normally wears a bow tie. He picked the wrong day to wear just a regular necktie. He's always very, very well dressed. He's done a great job for us, and yeah. His replacement better provide all of the services that he's been providing at such a high level.
Always did a nice job with that, the game day lineups and everything. Always had everything right. You know, anything that went wrong was obviously Mike Vassallo's fault.
Yep, that's true.
One of the things that he says he enjoyed most was sitting next to Mike every single day. Learned so much from Vassallo. It's
I didn't hear him say that, actually. I think he was just being polite.
No, you have to be polite as an intern. You're not going to have to be polite any longer.
I think just the opposite. Having survived the Mike Vasallo reign, he's a much stronger and more capable employee now. And everywhere he goes from now on, he'll be much better off.
There's Mikey.
Holding court, acting like he's listening to the guy behind him when he's really watching himself. So anyway, see you later, Sean. We'll see you at the Bradley Center. Congratulations.
I always like a guy wearing a bow tie, and he ties it himself. It's not a clip-on.
Preston Wilson had a bow tie on yesterday. You'd have been proud of him.
Stylish. You know it is.
Maldonado down the line. Down into the corner. Maldonado's thinking about two. He's on his way. It's a double. And the Brewers need a whole lot more of that. Good way to start the inning. Double number 1 for the year for Martín Maldonado.
And no better way to get that rally going. The bottom of the order, able to extend on a fastball that stayed up and gets it by Tomas at third base. A good start to the third for the Crew. Put up a crooked number in this inning.
Well, here is Tyler Wagner. As we've mentioned, a shortstop in college. He handles the bat pretty well. And he gets the bunt down foul. I was told that Wagner hit a home run, a long home run at Double-A Biloxi this year. When you get to Double-A, it's the first year pitchers bat for themselves when two National League teams play each other. Always use the DH in rookie ball and A ball. But once you get to Double-A and Triple-A, if you're with a National League affiliate and you play another National League team, that's when the pitchers hit.
Craig Counsell going for the single run here. I mean, asking his pitcher to drop down a bunt and hopes to get Maldonado to third base.
And he bunts through it. So his first at bat in the big leagues, a strikeout.
Hey, that brings us to today's time of the game winner, Wolf's Roadhouse in Shawano. If they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a 2015 Brewers home game. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and our good friends at Miller Lite.
One out, runner at second for Segura, hitting out of the top of the order here today. Segura in his third game back since returning from the disabled list. Had a fractured right pinky finger. And that is going to be past the Gold Glover Goldschmidt. A base hit. In to score is Maldonado. It's a double for Segura. And the Brewers are on the board.
All right, nice piece of hitting by Segura. That pitch was in on him, but pulls the hands in and shoots it down the line and right. So Maldonado with a double left down the line, and look at that. It's a nice job of Segura staying back, waiting for the ball to get to him, and looked like Goldschmidt got a piece of it right off the end of the glove, and Brewers on the board. That's such a difference in Segura now than last year, the way he's driving that ball to right. Didn't do it at all last year, at least in the first half.
Made some mechanical adjustments to his swing late last year and then worked on them all off season. He replaces Maldonado at second. Here is Parra. A protective brace on the right hand to protect that finger. He broke that finger, that right pinky finger, sliding into third.
Quite the contraption, huh?
The obvious change would be, we'll just slide feet first, but that's harder than you think for players. If that's all you've ever done, it's hard to break that habit. Parra in a hole, 0-2. Trying to keep the line moving here in the third inning. Chase Anderson.
Not sure how to respond with 4 runs on the board. He very rarely, if ever, gets 4 runs in a start.
And Parra chased one inside. He pops it up in the infield. Saltalamacchia, the catcher, is there to make the play. 2 outs. And that'll bring up BRAUN. Chase Anderson was getting on average less than 2 runs per game. In his second season in the big leagues, he came up last year, made 21 starts for the Diamondbacks. 27-year-old right-hander from North Texas.
The Diamondbacks only put up 16 runs in 9 starts when he was in the game. Not many at all.
Made his major league debut a little over a year ago. May 11th was his big league debut. BRAUN on the right side, gloved by Owings. Good hands there. And BRAUN is out. The inning is over. The Brewers get 1. After 3 at Miller Park, it's 4-1 Arizona. Our DraftKings players to watch today. Put Segura and Goldschmidt on the list. Goldschmidt's been just incredible so far. Mike Trout, Giancarlo Stanton. Trout the MVP in the American League last year. Stanton is among the league leaders in the National League in many of the big power categories. He leads the league in RBIs. Second in homers behind Bryce Harper. Tyler Wagner gets his 4th inning started. He has allowed 4 runs on 7 hits. A Paul Goldschmidt home run. Facing the pitcher Chase Anderson. In the air to center field, well hit. Gomez on the run, runs it down. Carlos Gomez.
Long way to go. The pitcher up. Gomez playing a little bit more shallow than normal. Check him out. And has to go back and able to make up a lot of ground in a short period of time and hauls it in just in front of the warning track. I'll tell you, Anderson put a charge into that.
Beautiful catch by Gomez. He loves playing defense. There aren't many players that enjoy that side of the field as much as they do hitting. Gomez is one of them. He always says, I'd rather take a home run away from a hitter with a catch over the wall than hit a home run.
You believe that?
I don't think so. I don't know. He's a different bird. Just might.
I agree. I mean, I'm agreeing with you. I mean, he loves doing that, but I don't know if he enjoys it more than hitting a homer.
That's a drive into right center. Gomez will not get there. Pollock sends one to the fence. And he's thinking about third. He's on his way. Sardinas' throw is late. A hustle triple there by A.J. Pollock.
That little bobble by Gomez when he tried to get it in the glove the first time, and that's all it took. Pollock can run. He can steal bases, and he saw the bobble out there in the right center. And he's thinking all the way. Right here, check out Gomez. He's going to bobble it right there. That's all it took for Pollock to get into third base. Because it was a pretty close play even after the bobble. But I don't think he tries it if Gomez comes up with it cleanly.
Second triple of the year for Pollock. And the Diamondbacks threatening again. Infield in for the Brewers. Here is Cliff Pennington.
Yeah, forced to bring the infield in. You can't at least try not to fall behind anymore. Seems like every time Wagner leaves one up in the strike zone and gets the plate with it, the Diamondbacks are teeing off on it.
I mean, they're a good hitting team, and they're obviously playing with a lot of confidence. They've been kind of a feast or famine offense this year. They've had a number of big scoring games this season. That ball's deep to left field, plenty deep to score Pollock. And Parra makes a catch. Another run will come in to score. Sacrifice fly and an RBI for Pennington. It is 5-1.
Yeah, another pitch up in the zone.
It's also a lot of the little things too, you know, the Brewers defensively allowing extra bases. Just a little bobble. They don't show up as errors. Right there by Gomez. If that's a double, you don't know how Wagner's going to pitch Pennington, but it certainly changes the inning. You don't have to bring the infield in. Yesterday the Brewers committing a couple of errors. Goldschmidt with another hit. His third hit of the day. Goldschmidt has 2 singles and a homer. And Craig Counsell is on his way out. He's making a pitching change. So that's going to do it for Tyler Wagner in his big league debut. Well, there'll be more of them, and there'll be better days as well. But he's a major leaguer. Gets a nice hand on his way out. brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. And by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. Well, the day is over for Tyler Wagner, his first game in the big leagues. He'll have a lot to learn from this. 9 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned runs. Still has a runner that is his responsibility at first base, Goldschmidt. Rick Krenitz having a chat with him. So it'll be David Goforth, who made his major league debut earlier on this homestand.
And he pitched yesterday against the Diamondbacks, tossed a scoreless inning. Gave up a hit, walked a batter, made his major league debut on Tuesday against the Giants.
Goldschmidt is 3 for 3 today. He is now 9 for 13 in the series. 3 doubles, 3 homers, 3 singles. He has 24 total bases in this series. Whatever book the Brewers have on him, it's the wrong one.
I don't think there's a book to get that guy out.
I think you're right.
I mean, honestly, he can hit. You just got to hope he hits it at somebody, and he doesn't. He hasn't done that against the Brewers for a couple of years, especially in this ballpark.
Goldschmidt is second in the league in batting. D. Gordon of the Marlins is 30 points ahead of him to start play today. But Goldschmidt is 3 off the home run pace, and he is 1 off the RBI pace in the National League. So if there is another triple crown to be had, Miguel Cabrera did a couple of years ago, you could see Paul Goldschmidt doing it, because he does hit for average. He does walk a lot.
Have you checked out the batting statistics, the top 10 in the National League? I mean, he's all over that board, everywhere. On base percentage, walks, extra base hits. List goes on and on. Top 10 in batting average, home runs, RBIs,
runs, extra base hits, as you mentioned. Home batting average, he has the best in all of the National League when he plays at Chase Field. Diamondbacks are headed back there after this one. There goes the runner, Goldschmidt. Maldonado's throw right on the bag this time. Out at second. Inning over. Good throw by Maldonado. Diamondbacks score again. They lead 5-1.
The 1 lead, and hey, this summer free t-shirts are back. Free t-shirt Fridays are back. All fans in attendance on Friday, June 12th, as the Brewers play host to the Nationals, we get a retro Brewers t-shirt courtesy of Hupy and Abraham. Visit Brewers.com to reserve your spot today. I'm back here. There you go. Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain.
I produced a Bill Schroeder. It's a good looking t-shirt. I like that. It's the old the powder blues. Carlos Gomez takes a strike. Brewers down 4. Chase Anderson given a lot of run support today. 5 runs, 9 hits. 3 of those hits coming from Paul Goldschmidt. Gomez on the ground, backhanded over there by Tomas. And a low throw, and it's off the glove of Goldschmidt. Gomez is safe.
And first error of the series for the Diamondbacks. 6th committed by Tomas at third base. The tough part of that play was already done, getting to the baseball, but the in-between hop to Goldschmidt, not able to handle it. So a break for the crew.
Let's see if they can take advantage of it now. Tomas is an outfielder by trade, playing third base in the absence of Jake Lamb. They're expected to get Jake Lamb back soon. A very good defensive third baseman. And at that point, Tomas would end up in the outfield. Here's Jason Rogers. Look out. Got him. That hit him. And the Brewers will have 2 on now with nobody out. Now the Brewers just have to put some pressure on the Diamondbacks. You know, when you get up early, and yesterday the Diamondbacks had a 7-2 lead after 4 innings. They're freed up. They're playing the game easy with no stress. You know, doing a lot of things, taking chances, just like Pollock taking that chance to third. If you get into a close game, or you either put them behind in the score, then they can't do the things that they want to do. Brewers are down 5-1, trying to get back in this game and put a little bit of that heat on Arizona. It's hard to play from behind every day. Herrera shows bunt, takes a strike. Aside from all of the injuries the Brewers have had, and they have been significant, no question, Brewers have to get better performances on the mound. Little flare, long run, Pennington, he's there, snap throw to second, out. And those are the kind of things that just cannot happen.
Yeah, those are the things that have been happening too often. Down by 4 runs and making outs on the bases. There's just no excuse for it. Gomez getting a little bit too far off of the bag, and a good quick throw by Pennington to, at this point, get the out. Looks like Craig Counsell wants a review.
Yeah, let's see what the replay shows us here. It's tough.
I don't think there's enough to overturn it, but you don't blame Counsell for trying. Pivotal point in the ball game. Not going to be able to tell there. That first angle was a pretty good one, and it doesn't look like there's much there to overturn it.
So the calling umpire, Bob Davidson, on the right, joins the crew chief, Hunter Wendelstedt. And this is going to be the most definitive angle here. See, as the ball gets to the leather right there.
I'll tell you, I don't know if there's enough there.
Gomez's hand on the bag. So the call to field is out. It has to be clear and convincing to overturn it. And they will turn it over to the umpiring crew in Chelsea, New York at the Replay Review Center. His hand was certainly on the bag, you know, across the threshold of the bag. I don't know if it was actually on the bag or not. Splitting hairs. The fans are looking at the replay that they thought he was safe, but the review has come down, and out is the call. And it's going to be a double play.
I think if they called him safe at first base, they would have let the play stand. Although they, call stands. Not call confirmed, call stands.
Yeah, the difference in the language is that according to the umpires in New York, that there's not enough evidence to overturn it. 1 minute 20 seconds on the replay.
The bottom line is, though, if you're down by 4 runs, you just can't get caught doubled off. You just can't do it. Your run at second doesn't mean a whole lot. Now, if you're going to tie the game, or maybe that run gives you a lead, it might be a little bit different. But down by 4, you just can't make outs on the bases like that.
So 2 outs, runner at first. Sardinia's at the plate. Luis swung at the first pitch his last time up. He bounced to first. Takes a strike. Up the middle, a base hit for Sardinias. And the Brewers with their 4th, maybe their 3rd base runner of the inning. Clean single with 2 outs. That'll give Martin Maldonado an at-bat in this 4th. Maldonado had a double his last time up. First double of the year for the Brewer catcher. Brewers are a swing away from getting back into this game. They could use a quick strike here. One and one the count.
Very difficult to elevate the fastball of Anderson. He's only allowed 2 home runs so far this year. Keeps the ball on the ground, and when you have as good a defense on the infield as the Diamondbacks, you get a lot of outs that way.
Maldonado, right field down, base hit. Here comes Rogers. The throw is cut off, and a run is in. Maldonado with 2 hits. There's something about those Sundays for Martin Maldonado.
Unfortunately, the double play, the Gomez getting doubled off, has hurt the Brewers in this inning for sure. Would have been an extra run. Maldonado taking a pitch on the outside corner and dumping it in the right. Jason Rogers able to score, and Sardinias into third base. Oh, those outs on the bases when you're down by a bunch. Can't let it happen.
So a 2-out RBI for Maldonado makes it 5-2. Martin with just his 9th RBI of the season. Quick visit from the bench, the pitching coach Mike Harkey going through a scouting report for Aramis Ramirez, who will pinch hit. Greg Counsell is going to play an early card here in the 4th inning.
With a lot of work out of that bullpen, and Michael Blazek, remember, is not available today. Threw nearly 3 innings in yesterday's game. Go forth. He's done already. And Neil Cott's loosening up.
It all works fine if every pitcher out there can give you an inning. If somebody else struggles, then the Brewers are going to be in a little bit of trouble. But that's the position they're in right now. So Counsell will take his chance. He's got 2 on. Ramirez coming up. Brewers are down 3 here in the 4th. And a first pitch breaking ball is in there for a strike.
Kind of a shame for Craig Counsell. He brings in Goforth. He doesn't retire a batter because Maldonado threw out Goldschmidt to end the inning, and basically burning a reliever.
Tyler Wagner went 3 2/3 on the ground to Tomas, and that will retire the side. Brewers strand 2, use a pinch hitter early. Maldonado does drive one in, and it's 5-2.
Presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. We head to the top of the 5th here at Miller Park. The Brewers down 5-2. You can keep an eye out for the 50-50 sellers in their bright orange shirts. You can purchase a $2 raffle ticket in support of the community. You can take home 50% of the day's ticket sales, and the other 50% will support health, education, recreation, and basic needs. All of this going to the Brewers Community Foundation 50-50 raffle presented by Northwestern Mutual.
All right, Sophia, thanks. Here is Neil Kotz. And the Brewers are going to rely heavily upon their bullpen today. They've already used Goforth. Kotz is the next man out as we head to the 5th in a 5-2 game.
He might be able to give Craig Counsell a couple of innings. Hasn't pitched since Tuesday. And tossed an inning and a third of scoreless baseball, including a couple of strikeouts, making appearance number 21.
Got an injury report from the Diamondbacks clubhouse. David Peralta, who left this game in the first inning, trying to bunt his way on. His finger was wrapped around the bat, and they took x-rays. X-rays were negative. So good for Peralta. Contusion on the left middle finger. Inciarte came in for Peralta in an 0-2 count.
Yep, through got the count to full. They grounded out, so it was his at bat, not Peralta's.
There's a bunt. Maldonado trying to keep it fair. That's foul. Good idea by Maldonado. Trying to get to it before it went foul for an easy out. Instead, that'll move the count to a ball and 2 strikes.
Molly looks irritated today.
It's not one you can challenge, by the way. He was looking in the dugout, but Maldonado does have 2 hits, including an RBI. 5-2 is our score. Brewers bullpen has been pretty good in this series, especially yesterday. The bullpen coming in for Kyle Loesch, giving the Brewers 5 2/3, and there's Kotz with a strikeout of Inciarte. One away. Leads us to our carsoup.com email, the booth question. Which Hall of Famer served as the Diamondbacks first base coach and bench coach? 02 and 04. Good question. Chip Hale, the first-year skipper of the Arizona Diamondbacks. 6 years as a minor league manager, longtime major league coach. As Kotz deals Trumbo strike one. It's interesting that both managers, Counsell and Hale, both cite their most prominent mentor as Bob Melvin, the current manager of the Oakland Athletics. Chip Hale was on Melvin's staff in Oakland most recently last year. And of course, Craig Counsell played for Bob Melvin.
And Bob Melvin started his coaching career in the big leagues with the Brewers. Bench coach for Phil Garner.
So you get the same answer when you ask Counsell and Hale who the most influential manager has been as they take the reins for the first time in the big leagues, and they answer the same, Bob Melvin. Counsell also mentions Jim Leyland and then quickly qualifies that by saying, I can't be Jim Leyland. On his antics, the way he handles a team, just the personality, it's different. There's a swing and a miss. Back-to-back Ks for Kotz.
Kotz has been able to rack up the strikeouts in his time with Milwaukee. The problem that he's had has been giving up the home runs. He's averaging about a strikeout per innings pitched. Just can't avoid the home run ball.
Two outs for Tomas. Pouring in the strikes is Kotz. On the ground, Herrera. And a nice inning for Neil Kotz. They needed that. Brewers need some length today. 1-2-3 inning in the fifth. Miller Park on a Sunday afternoon. Gene Segura will lead off. Top of the Brewers order coming up. Jimmy John's delivery of the game. Gene Segura, last time up, had a double and an RBI. First run of the game for Milwaukee. Now that leadoff spot, Segura loves hitting in the leadoff spot. He much prefer to hit in the 1 or 2 spot in the batting order as opposed to 8th. Most hitters are like that.
8's a tough spot. I mean, you got to know when to be patient. You're not going to get too much to hit with the pitcher coming up. Sometimes you have to know when to be patient, and sometimes you have to know when to expand your zone a little bit, driving a run.
Now the Brewers are down 3 as we enter the bottom of the 5th. Segura, Parra, Ryan Braun coming up against Chase Anderson, who's been one of the Diamondbacks' best pitchers this year. Doesn't show up in the win-loss column, but an excellent ERA and that slow curveball in for a strike.
He doesn't throw many of them, but normally he's throwing it for a strike to get that free strike. I mean, hitters aren't expecting it, not going to swing at it too often. Got Ryan Braun to ground out on that in Ryan's last at bat.
Anderson's ERA starting play today good enough for 8th best in the National League.
It's gone up today.
Brewers got a run in the 3rd on the Segura double. Martin Maldonado with an RBI single in the 4th. Maldonado is 2 for 2 today. Segura, right field line, slicing, long run for Trumbo, can't get it. And Segura thinking about 3. He is on his way. Throws cut off. Throw to 3rd late. Triple Segura.
Well, second time through the batting order has been much better for the Brewers. And now Segura starts the 3rd time through with another extra base hit. Double, now triple. With the middle of the order coming up. Well, good to see the Brewers approach today. Taking a lot of pitches to the opposite field, and Segura able to motor around to 3rd base. Sliding in feet first.
That's the bag. He broke his finger sliding head first back on May 12th. Going the feet first slide, and the Brewers have a runner 90 feet away with nobody out. Part of the order coming up here. Got to cash him in. Here is Parra. Diamondbacks will concede the run. They have their infield back. Anderson working from the stretch, and the 2-0 is fouled away right off the end of the bat. 2 balls and a strike on Parra. 6 years as a Diamondback, one of the more accomplished players on both sides. He is among Diamondbacks leaders in many of the offensive categories during the time he was there, and he won 2 Gold Gloves while he was in Arizona. Traded from the D-backs to the Brewers last year. Anderson's got him chasing that high pitch. It's 2-2 now. Wheels are in motion for Chase Anderson. Fell behind 2-0. Now he's at 2-2. Looks like a game plan to pitch upstairs on Parra. On the ground, Segura has to stop, and Anderson makes the play, and Parra cannot deliver the run.
Yeah, good job by Segura not to get caught off of 3rd base. Down by 3 runs. That ball gets by the pitcher, he's going to take off. Infield's back with a 3-run lead. Segura started, but able to get back. I saw Anderson look back at him to see if they had a play, but still able to get the out at first base.
So 1 away with a runner at 3rd, and here is Braun. Braun is the Brewers' RBI leader, and he lines one to right. A base hit. RBI for Braun. 5-3 Arizona.
Well, it's been a clinic by this Brewers offense, taking it to the opposite field. Ryan Braun gets a 93-mile-an-hour fastball out over the plate. That's his wheelhouse right there. Anything out there, he's going to be able to get the big part of the bat on it, and rifles one into right field. So the Brewers pecking away, down by 2.
It was 4-0 at one point. Now 5-3. Gomez coming up. Milestone RBI for Braun right there, by the way. His 800th career run batted in. 3rd in franchise history. Robin Yount is the franchise leader with over 1,400 RBIs. So you got Yount and then Cecil Cooper 944, and then Braun now with 800. 1 out, runner at first. Tying run at the plate in Gomez, and a big hack. He was trying to square this up with one swing. And the ejecto helmet. Strike 2. Anderson working from the stretch. He checks on Braun. A threat to run. Braun's only been caught once this season. Has 6 stolen bases.
Had 1 on Friday night.
Brewers got a 1-2-3 inning from Neil Kotz in the top of the 5th with 2 strikeouts, and they answer with another run here in the bottom of the 5th. They've scored single tallies in each of the last 3 innings. Gomez led off yesterday, had a hit. He was 1 for 4. Homered in the opener on Friday. One ball, 2 strikes. Gomez right field line slicing foul.
Anderson's starting to get that sinker up in the strike zone. The Brewers are starting to get some pretty good swings. Going more with the breaking stuff. Those sinkers that stay up around the mid-thigh area in the belt, they flatten out and they become very hittable. And he's leaving some of them up last couple of innings.
Brewers need a big hit. This crowd ready to cheer. Gomez, right center field, hit well. Back is Pollock, and he can't get it. Braun running all the way around third. He'll score. Gomez with an RBI double. 5-4 Arizona.
Yeah, coming right back. Well, Gomez really doing a good job waiting back and driving that ball into right center. Even A.J. Pollock, as fast as he is, couldn't get it. Barrels it up, and yet again another good approach by Carlos Gomez. The Brewers have been using that opposite field stroke pretty effectively today.
Still just 1 out. Back-to-back hits producing runs. Braun and Gomez. And a meeting at the mound here. Mike Harkey, the Diamondbacks pitching coach.
That's the way it goes, isn't it? I mean, here's a guy, Anderson, doesn't get any run support all season long. I mean, a 2.5 earned run average. All of a sudden they give him 5 runs and he's having a tough time holding the lead. Go figure.
Yeah, it's a go figure game. in a lot of aspects.
He has gotten 5 runs, maybe once all season.
J.C. Ramirez will begin to throw in the Diamondbacks bullpen. At the plate, presented by Wendy's. Jason Rogers on twice. He singled his first time up, was hit by a pitch, just grazed him in the 4th inning. He scored a run. He's got a chance to tie it or give the Brewers the lead. Rogers toward the middle. Gomez will advance to third base. Rogers is out. 2 outs in the inning. And a 6-3 put out for the D-backs. And that'll bring up ELIAN HERRERA to face Anderson with 2 away and Gomez at third. Herrera trying to deliver a 2-out run. Gomez breaking off third base, trying to distract the pitcher, who wisely just steps off. These are the moments for an offense that you can really take the wind out of a pitcher. He feels like he's weathered a little bit of a storm. He's got 2 outs. If he gets out of this inning, he'll get to the dugout with a lead. And if you can get him, it can have an effect, major effect. It starts the wheels in motion for the opposing manager. Could be a pitching change.
Yeah, especially these 2-out hits.
1 ball, 1 strike. Herrera off the end of the bat. 1-2 now.
2-out hits, backbreakers with runners in scoring position.
Especially when a fairly sizable lead is lost as well. Diamondbacks led 4-0 after the first 2 innings. The 1-2 and a swing and a miss. Herrera strikes out. Anderson gives up 2 but maintains his lead. The Brewers chip away at it. Started with a Segura triple and then back-to-back RBI hits from Braun and Gomez. 5-4 Arizona. Five-4 Diamondbacks. They lead the Brew Crew as we head to the top of the 6th. Fox Sports Supports is proud to team up with AYSO, the world's largest soccer club. Go to ayso.org/play to find your region and sign up for your fall team today. Neil Kotz back on the mound. 3 up, 3 down, 5th inning. Counsell hoping to get 2 innings out of him today. He was very efficient in the 5th. Switch hitter SALTALAMACCHIA turns around, bats right-handed against Kotz. A couple of former Rangers matching up here. The 2-0. 3 balls, no strikes. Brewers get 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th, and it's now a 1-run game. Was not looking pretty early. The Brewers were down 4-0. Tyler Wagner making his major league debut today. 3 2/3 innings for Wagner, giving up those 4 runs. And there's a walk. SALTALAMACCHIA has walked twice today. Kotz with a man on to start this 6th. Back to our Carsoup.com trivia question: which Hall of Famer served as the D-backs first base coach and then bench coach from 02 to 04? Robin Yount. Yep, with Bob Melvin there. Arizona Diamondbacks, the Phoenix area resident. We saw Robin at the Selig Experience event on Thursday, or rather, Thursday night.
Never sees the age, does he?
The kid.
He and his wife Michelle, they look like they were in their 30s.
He was the Brewers bench coach 05 and 06, and then came back for the last 12 games of the regular season in 08 with Dale Swaim. Brewers let Ned Yost go with 12 games left in the season. Ended up making it into the wild card that year, breaking a 26-year drought to the playoffs. Lost to the Phillies that season in the division series. Swing and a miss, and on 3 pitches, Chris Owings strikes out.
And 3 punch outs now for Neil Kotz. Got the slider working for him right under the bat of Owens. There's that breaking pitch going down and in. And Owens comes up empty.
The pitcher, Anderson, squaring to bunt. Gets it down. It's a good one. Rogers will take the sure out at first base. To second base goes SALTALAMACCHIA. So 2 away here in the 6th. Second sacrifice bunt for Chase Anderson. Now to the top of the order at A.J. Pollock, who has 2 hits. Has an RBI single and a stolen base. That all came in the 2nd. Had a triple and a run scored in the 4th. That was the 5th run for the Diamondbacks, and the difference maker right now. Arizona's out hit the Brewers 9-8.
And already you're thinking about, when does Paul Goldschmidt come up? He's in the hold right now. So very important that you're able to get this guy, or if not, you got to get the next guy for sure and have to deal with that guy. How many guys was that?
Those 3 guys, but it's worth thinking about with Goldschmidt being the guy. Broken bat. SEGURA coming over. Got to hurry. The throw is just in time. The speedy Pollock is out. Good play by SEGURA. Trying to turn the wheels here. The Brewers are down a run coming up.
bouncing right back, only down by a run as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. And hey, the rock band OAR is coming to Miller Park on Saturday, June 13th to perform a full-length concert after the Brewers game. All fans in attendance will get to see that post-game concert courtesy of Pick and Save. And that game's against the Nationals. For tickets, visit brewers.com/concerts.
Will you be hosting a booth party for the OAR?
I think
concert?
I will. I think
nice.
I'm well versed in the musical realm, and
right.
I think it's not just country. OAR, they're a platinum band, you know.
Yeah,
I mean they're pretty good.
I'm all in. I'll be anxiously awaiting the invitation. Sardinez leads off and takes a ball high. Sardinez in a 2-0 count. Brewers down a run here in the bottom of the 6th.
Needed.
Trying to chase Anderson in this inning. Diamondbacks had the bullpen hot last inning. And there's a base hit. Sardinez. That was a beautiful stroke to the opposite field.
Again, right?
Sardinez with 2 hits today. He's 2 for 3.
Brewers are showing some very good approaches up at the plate today. A lot of opposite field base hits. A lot of success in that direction. Lets the ball travel nicely, and he just continues to swing a hot bat.
See a swing like that. First image that pops in my mind is Cecil Cooper. A beautiful opposite field stroke. Now Maldonado, who has 2 hits today. Brewers getting it going a little bit lately. Martin Maldonado, Columbia St. Mary's worth another look. His first double of the year came with that swing in the 3rd inning, and this produced a run, a single to right in the 4th.
Covering both sides of the plate pretty well.
Now a base hit to center field, and his day would be complete. The spray chart, anyway.
I always talked to Maldi before the ball game. I said 2 hits and a win. That's a good day for anybody.
Jonathan Lucroy will return to the lineup tomorrow, so Lucroy hopes to take advantage of this last day as an everyday catcher.
2 hits don't mean much if you don't get the win.
Maldonado's hit a couple of homers this year. He's got a little bit of power. When he runs into one, he can certainly hit him deep. Not one you'd expect to hit the home run ball, but a long ball here would give the Brewers the lead.
Make a mistake up in the strike zone, you're right. I mean, he does have some power. It's a matter of getting the pitch and not missing it.
Diamondbacks probably a base runner away from a pitching change. Their bullpen is in heavy action down there. Double barrel action, as a matter of fact. Chip Hale trying to get through another batter. Saw Ramirez throwing last inning. Pitch count's in good shape for Chase Anderson, but he's given up 4 runs on 9 hits. Maldonado, center field, did he get it? Back is Pollock at the track. It's off the base of the wall. Sardinez around 3rd. He'll stop there. Martin Maldonado with a double.
There's your hit to center. Almost knocking one out of the ballpark. Left it up again, did Chase Anderson. And every time he seems to make a mistake, the Brewers are jumping all over it. Check out the location. Up, out over the plate. Maldonado once again for the Brewers. Doesn't try and pull it. Goes right into center field. I'd imagine Darnell Coles has a monster grin on his face. The way these guys are approaching their at-bats as of late. Last 3 innings.
A double to left, a single to right, now a double to center, and Chip Hale is going to make the call to the bullpen. We'll take a break.
So that's comfortable. You're not over swinging. Everything's short and quick. Your head is on the ball where it's supposed to be, and you're square. It's not like you're in a position here where you're trying to lift the ball or work around the ball. You are right where you need to be.
What you don't see, and our thanks to Martine and Darnell Coles, the hitting coach, for allowing us back in the cage, and the Rocket has produced results today.
You see he makes contact right about there off that front leg, and that's how you hit a ball to center field. And it's not just Maldonado today. 8 of the 10 Brewer hits have either come to center field or to the opposite field today. That's a very good approach.
So Darnell Coles hoping for a few more. The Brewers still trail 5-4, but they have had a furious comeback. Hector Gomez will pinch hit for Milwaukee. J.C. Ramirez is the pitcher out of the bullpen for Arizona. Gomez on the first pitch fouls it off.
And last pitch against the Cardinals on May 27th, a scoreless inning. Good numbers for Ramirez. 8th appearance, a .324 earned run average. Here's with a split-fingered fastball, and more effective, oddly enough, against left-handed hitters.
Yeah, that splitter, the main reason. Right-handers hitting .300 against Ramirez, and a swing and a miss. There's the splitter. Those are hard too. 86 miles an hour, and it just dives. Its command can be an issue at times. Chip Hale is in a bit of mix and match phase in his bullpen. Won't go as far as to name his closer, even though Ziegler's been closing games most recently. Addison Reed giving up that role, and Hale says, I'm not ready to start defining roles at this point. So this is the spot where the Brewers have to come up with some success. They've got 2 on in scoring position, nobody out. And that gets by the catcher. Here comes Sardinas. He's in, and we're tied.
I'm not sure what happened there. That should be a pass ball. It was a little bit high, but one that SALTALAMACCHIA has got to catch. And good jump off of third base for Sardinas, and we're all tied up. Better yet, Martin Maldonado gets to third base. Pitch is up, but should have been caught.
He just blew it by his own catcher.
Not sure how much SALTALAMACCHIA has seen these guys, these pitchers, particularly the relievers.
Yeah, he just got here on Friday, and now Hector swings and fouls it back. Brewers now with a golden opportunity to take the lead. They have answered a 4-run deficit. Diamondbacks went up 4-0 after the first 2 innings. 5-5 now. Tyler Wagner in his major league debut taken off the hook for the loss.
Well, they gave him a wild pitch, right?
They did officially. Subject to a change, I suppose. But right now it goes as a wild pitch and an earned run. Ball and 2 strikes. Go ahead, run at third. And Hector fouls it back again.
Hector can handle that heater upstairs. That was 95 miles an hour, and Gomez able to get a piece of it. Ramirez just continues to pour in the strikes.
You got to wonder how anxious he'll be to throw a splitter here with a runner at third. That's a pitch that can easily end up to the screen. Usually split finger fastball pitchers end up with a ton of wild pitches. See what he does. The 1-2. Fastball down low. 96 with the heat. 2-2 the count.
Pitch number 9 coming up to Hector Gomez in this at bat.
What a battle here for Hector Gomez. One wild pitch has led to the tying run. 2-2. And Hector fouls another one off.
Making him work.
What a battle. 10 pitch at bat. It's going to be 11.
Diamondbacks have the infield halfway. Kind of interesting. You don't have to bring it all the way in because Maldonado doesn't run all that well.
Pitch number 11 of the at bat. And that's hit hard, but right at Pennington. He bobbles, recovers, and throws out Gomez.
Now, because Maldonado doesn't run well, the Brewers didn't have the contact play on. Probably good idea. If he fields it cleanly, no way Maldonado scores. But the fact that he bobbled, he might have been able to. But with nobody out and the top of the order coming up, make it go through.
That was a good battle by Gomez. He hung in there. 11 pitches, got down 0-2 quickly, and able to hit the ball sharply. Unfortunately, right at the shortstop. Here's Segura now. If the Brewers go on to win this game, one of the stars of the effort will be Neil Kotz, who works 2 scoreless innings. Counsell went to his bullpen early in the 4th inning. Kotz was able to give him 2. 0-2 the count on Segura.
Good splitter right there. Had a 10-mile-an-hour difference in the fastball and the splitter from Ramirez. Fastball 95, the splitter at 85.
Now Segura in a hole, trying to at least get one in the air to the outfield. Inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Maldonado carrying the go-ahead run. Segura fouls it away. Ramirez pumping in the strikes. An 11 pitch at bat against Hector Gomez. Just 2 balls in that at bat. Only 1 ball here against Segura. 12 out of the 15 in the zone. There's a 1-2. Segura, a liner. That's a base hit. Into right field. Into score. Maldonado. Milwaukee has the lead. Gene Segura with his 3rd hit of the day.
And another opposite field base hit for the Brewers. Boy, good job by Segura. A 5-pitch at bat. Got behind in the count quickly. Fouled off the first fastball, and that was the last fastball that he would see. A couple of sliders. Got to a 1-2 count, and he fouled off a split-fingered fastball in a 1-2 count. And then he got the base hit on the split finger. Here it comes, and drives it just out of the reach of Owings and into right field. So the Brewers are putting together some really nice at-bats here today. 9 of the 11 hits have come to center or to right. Or I should say center or to the opposite field.
And that's the spray chart for Segura. Does his best work from center field over to right field to the opposite field. Now Parra just 1 out. You got Braun coming up next. The Brewers have the lead 6-5.
Well, Segura with a double, triple, and a single. And every one of them to right field.
Segura and Maldonado with 3 hits apiece. Sardinez has 2 hits. Parra looking for his first. There goes Segura, and a swing and a fly ball to center. Pollock is under it, and that is the 2nd out of the inning. Here comes Ryan Braun now. Had an RBI single his last time up. That was a base hit to the opposite field. driving in the third Brewers run. Ryan Braun, since April 28th, has 34 runs batted in. 34 of his 38 ribbies have come in a little over a month on the calendar. Got off to a very slow start the first 2.5 weeks, first 3 weeks. But he has been the best in baseball since that time. Bryce Harper most likely will win the Player of the Month in the National League. His number is just a tick better than Braun's, but Ryan is right there with him. In the air, right center field, didn't quite get it, and Trumbo will make the catch. The inning is over, but the Brew Crew scoring in each of the last 4 innings. Maldonado with 3 hits. Brewers get 2 of the 6. Segura with his 3rd hit. It's 6-5 Milwaukee. You're just picking us up. Brewers fell behind 4-0 and then mounted a comeback. Segura with a triple. He scored a run. Braun driving in a run as well. Carlos Gomez with an RBI. Brewers able to answer that 4-0 deficit. Martin Maldonado with 3 hits. And then a wild pitch allowed the Brewers to tie it at 5. Segura with a base hit and an RBI last inning to give the Brew Crew the lead. That's where we sit. 6-5 Milwaukee. We head to the 7th. Back-to-back 2-run innings, and here is Jonathan Broxton. He is no longer the 8th inning setup man for the Brewers. Counsel removing him from that role, but he gets the 7th, and he's trying to hang on to that lead.
Yep, gave up a home run to Nick Ahmad on Friday night. He has scuffled a little bit this year. Big earned run average. He's allowed a number of home runs. That's been the problem for Broxton. Talked about that with Neil Kotz, and Broxton right in the same boat, giving up a lot of home runs.
Cliff Pennington leads off. Goldschmidt is next, and then Inciarte. And a base hit to start the inning. Not a good start for Broxton, especially with Goldschmidt coming up. The Brewers cannot get him out. He's had another big day today. 3 more hits today. Started with a home run off Tyler Wagner. That was with 2 outs in the first. It's his 3rd home run of the series. And then Goldschmidt spraying the ball to right with his 2nd hit. Then he pulls one through the hole for hit number 3.
Hits everything hard and always seems to find a hole against the Brewers.
So he is 9 for 13 in the series. 3 homers, 3 doubles, 3 singles. He's got a couple of walks, 24 total bases. And he's got a chance to roll into 2 here. This is what the Brewers needed.
Nice.
Goldschmidt bounces into a 6-4-3 double play just like that. 2 outs in the inning.
Boy, that's like winning the lottery for Broxton right there. First pitch slider. And rolls over on it. And the Brewers have a room service double play and able to turn it. Boy, how big is that? With a 1-run lead.
Wow, Segura got a little bit of a bad hop. Great hands. He took that right off the wrist to start that double play. Well done. 2 outs, nobody on. A huge bat to dispose of for Broxton. And here is Ender Inciarte now. Shows bunt, gets it down. Broxton's got it. No problem. Scoreless inning for Jonathan Broxton to the bottom of the 7th. Well, the Brewers have turned an ugly start to this game into something kind of beautiful at this point. They lead it 6-5. Great approach at the plate, up and down the lineup, opposite field hitting, and they now have the lead 6-5 as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Carlos Gomez will lead off. And Gomez on a hop, hits sharply but right at Owings. Excellent play by the Diamondbacks second baseman. Powerball home run leaderboard has Braun at the top. Adam Lynn not in the lineup today. A little tightness in the lower back. Ramirez is already pinch hit in this game. One away for Jason Rogers. Broxton ends up working a quick top of the 7th. Leadoff single, double play, and then Inciarte trying to bunt his way on, bounces out. Got to get Broxton going. Council's hoping that a shift in roles will do just that. Jeremy Jeffress is the new setup man to Frankie Rodriguez. He'll have the 8th. He'll have Trumbo, Tomas, and SALTALAMACCHIA coming up. The Brewers are headed to St. Louis tonight. Start a 3-game series against the Cardinals tomorrow. Cardinals continue to play great baseball. They have a lead today in the 9th over the Dodgers. 3-1, trying to win that series. Oh, a shot by Rogers, undressing Ramirez. And Jason Rogers keeps the approach going. Everything just up the middle or opposite field, and the Brewers are striking gold here against Arizona.
Yep, 10 out of 12 center fielder to the opposite field. Speaking of undressing, hey, a reminder, the Zubaz Palooza returns to Miller Park on Friday, June 12th. Fans who purchase a special Zubaz Palooza ticket package will get a ticket to see the Brewers take on the Nats and a pair of green Zubaz pants featuring the Brewers 90s logo. For tickets, visit brewers.com/special event. Do you know this stuff is coming when you say that? That's uncanny. That's why you're a network guy. There they are.
There's a lot of blue in there, right? It's not just green. There's the logo you're talking about.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
I like that one.
These are, I don't think these are fit you.
No, those are the XXX version.
Don't say it.
Do those shrink a little?
Don't say it.
Is that 100% cotton? We might have to wear the Zubaz.
Oh, that's a done deal.
Oh, yeah. We're going to wear those?
As long as you wear a tie, you're good.
It's tough to find a tie that matches those.
Doesn't matter. There is no Fox mandate on pants.
There'd be a good airplane attire. As Herrera, shallow fly ball. Inciarte runs it down for the second out. And here is Luis Sardinas with a couple of hits today.
Could have used some Zubaz pants yesterday. Rainy weather, had the day off. I did anyway. Listen to you in Preston.
How was everything on the boat yesterday?
You mean the Ark?
It was a rough day in Milwaukee yesterday.
Yeah. Enjoyed watching you guys, though.
Well, Fox Sports 1 with the Brewers are on the Fox networks, either Fox or Fox Sports 1 on 5 occasions this year. They've got 2 in, 3 to go. I believe there's one against the Cardinals, the Royals, and the Reds. Divisional opponents.
I particularly enjoyed your discussion about the ultimate fighting.
Yeah.
The sprawl and crawl.
That's it. That kind of defines everything I'm all about.
Right. Find a way out of there.
I didn't know Preston was a, you know, he trains with some of those guys.
Yeah,
that's
what you're saying.
Slightly intimidating.
I will say he's got a pretty good appetite. I mean, he was up here Friday watching us, you know, listening to what was going on. He can eat, but he doesn't show it.
Right. He still looks like he could play.
Nice to be young.
Son of Mookie Wilson. Had some good Mookie Wilson stories yesterday.
I played against Mookie in college. He went to the University of South Carolina.
That's right. Yeah, they still live in South Carolina. The Wilsons. 2-0 is the count, and a check on Rogers at first.
Mookie famous for hitting that ground ball to Bill Buckner in the World Series.
And that famous call by Vin Scully. Up along first. Jam shot, roller out to second, bobbled, and the throw just in time to get Sardinas. Inning over. 7 in the books. Brewers have a 6-5 lead. The Diamondbacks are coming up. Milwaukee. Brewers baseball presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. And we are headed to the 8th, and the new 8th inning pitcher when the Brewers have a lead is Jeremy Jeffress, his first opportunity to hold this one for K-Rod.
Yep, 25 strikeouts in 24 innings, a .338 earned run average, in appearance number 27. Has been amongst league leaders in appearances all season long in the National League. Last pitched on Friday. Tossed a scoreless 7th inning.
Hard throwing right-hander Jeremy Jeffress. He's got a fastball in the mid to upper 90s. Mark Trumbo will lead off, then Yasmani Tomas, and then SALTALAMACCHIA scheduled to hit. The Brewers got down early in this game. Tyler Wagner made his major league debut. He went 3 2/3. Counsell pulled the plug early on him. And the real star on the mound in this game thus far is Neil Kotz. 2 scoreless, 3 strikeouts. Bridging a huge gap, which could have developed for the Brewers bullpen. Now they're set up well. Got Jeffress here if he can get through the 8th. You got K-Rod for the 9th. Trying to snap a 7-game losing streak, Milwaukee. It has been a rough homestand. Got swept by the Giants. Dropped the first 2 to the Diamondbacks. Trumbo has big power. Has 8 home runs this season. He doubled and scored in the second. Doubled to right. Hit it over Braun's head.
And which is why the outfield is playing a little bit deeper than they normally would. You'll give up the single. You don't get Trumbo into scoring position right away.
Two balls and a strike. Jeffress starting this 8th inning. And that's hit deep right field. Ryan Braun on the run. That ball is gone. And just like that, the Diamondbacks have tied it. Trumbo with an opposite field homer. Something about the 8th inning. It has given the Brewers fits all season. This time it's Jeffress who gives it up.
Yeah, but he gave him a good fastball that had 96 miles an hour. Middle in. Watch this. Power hitters normally try and pull that one, just like Paul Goldschmidt. I think he's been a good influence on a lot of these hitters. He just drives it down the line and right, and we're all tied up. The second home run of the day for the Diamondbacks.
Trumbo joins Goldschmidt. Here's Tomas. Tomas had the day off yesterday. Back in the starting lineup here this afternoon. Plan is to move him to the outfield, which could put Trumbo in an interesting spot. A lot of trade rumors surrounding Mark Trumbo. Diamondbacks have an overload of outfielders right now. All tied at 6. 23 hits combined today. A little rollover grounder to Segura. And Tomas is out. First out of the 8th. Well, we're on the road tomorrow. The Brewers and the Cardinals. This is the pitching matchups for the 3-game series in St. Louis. Our Miller Lite, What's on Tap, Garza and Garcia tomorrow. Fires and Lance Lynn on Tuesday. That's another night game. And then a day game, a matinee on Wednesday with Jimmy Nelson and John Lackey. Garza has really struggled, been frustrated with his starts this year. Said he's at a in a deep valley in his professional career, and been putting in a lot of work between starts to try to get things turned around, he and Kyle Lohse.
Yeah, first way out of that is getting that confidence back.
Those are the two at the top of the rotation, the two veterans, Lohse and Garza, the two with the big contracts. Brewers won't be able to string wins together without those two performing well.
Especially when you have one of the futures to your pitching staff on the disabled list, Willie Peralta. Jimmy Nelson's been pretty consistent, a .390 earned run average.
Well, Peralta, it's going to be a while. Willie is on the disabled list with that oblique injury. It's going to be 4 to 6 weeks. First time he's been on the disabled list in his big league career. He's been a workhorse for the Brewers, so that one hurts. The last team to use a 6th starter this year. 2-2 pitch is fouled, and Maldonado catches it, and that's an out.
Because it hit the glove first.
How about that?
If it hits the catcher's mitt, caroms off the glove, and you catch it in the air, it's an out. Now, if it hits the catching equipment or the mask, it doesn't count as an out.
So it works just like a foul tip swinging strike. Great play by Maldonado.
Yep. Boy, look at those quick reflexes. Able to find that ball quickly. He had to, and able to hold on to it.
That is one you rarely see.
Because most of the time when the ball goes up like that, it gets a piece of the equipment. If it hits the equipment, it's not an out. Except for the glove.
So 2 outs. Owings, a swing and a miss. Looking ahead to the Brewers' 8th inning. You have a Maldonado who has 3 hits. Have a pinch hitter. And then to the top of the order, Segura, who is a triple away from the cycle. I beg your pardon, a homer away from the cycle. Got his triple in the 5th inning. Segura and Maldonado with 3 hits apiece.
That play pretty uncommon, what you just saw with Maldonado, but not as uncommon as what he did last year. Knocked the cover off the baseball.
That's right. In Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Literally knocked the cover off the ball. Swing and a miss. Jeffress with a strikeout. So Jeffress gives up a home run. We are again tied. Gene Segura looking for a home run. He would have the cycle, and it would give the Brewers the lead. All even at 6.
And the Brewers have Martin Maldonado leading off. Already 3 hits, couple of runs scored, and an RBI in this game, and a terrific defensive play in that last half inning as well, catching that foul tip for the official strikeout.
Yeah, we know what he can do defensively. He does such a good job. But today, offensively, talk about Darnell Coles hitting the ball back up the middle. Trust your hands, hit the ball up the middle. He's having a great day.
Yeah, we previewed that on Brewers Live pregame, and Maldonado has come through big time after working hard in the batting cages. We have got Brewers Live postgame on the way. We'll see if the Brewers can salvage today and salvage the homestand, guys.
All right, Craig and Augie, thanks. Maldonado starts it. Addison Reed is the new pitcher. He was very good on Friday night. Across an inning and 2/3. 6-6 game here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, he came in, bases loaded, 1 out, and got out of the inning. A foul pop up and a strikeout, and had a 3-up, 3-down inning after that. 19th appearance for Reed.
Maldonado, a slow roll and a short. Pennington for the first out. And for the first time, Maldonado has been retired today. That's going to send Adam Lynn to the plate. Good to see him get an at-bat here. Been dealing with some lower back tightness. He's always said it doesn't affect him to swing the bat. And he'll pinch hit in a 6-6 game in the bottom of the 8th.
And he has to get an at-bat. I mean, the Brewers are short-handed on the bench. They've already used 2, Gomez, Ramirez. And only Juan Centeno left on that Brewers bench right now.
Shift is on against Lind.
And you don't expect any reinforcements as far as the position players go. You know, Will Smith is due to have his appeal heard tomorrow in St. Louis.
That is an 8-game suspension that Smith is appealing. Hoping to get it to 0, but if it's whatever the suspension is, the Brewers will have to play with that 24-man roster. 2 balls and a strike on Lynn.
Can't replace a guy that has been suspended. That's part of the penalty.
Addison Reed delivers. Lynn fouls it away. Lynn has a home run in this series. That was an opposite field home run Friday. Started yesterday's game, had a hit in his first at bat, ended up 1 for 4. 2 for 2 in his career against Addison Reed. And that's into the shift. Out there is Owings, and there is out number 2. 2 up, 2 down for Gene Segura. He is in our shining moment this afternoon. Segura with 3 hits today. Had a double and an RBI in the 3rd. Had a triple in the 5th inning to start the inning. Scored a run in that frame, and then an RBI single in the 6th. Shining moment brought to you by the Marshfield Clinic. And a broken bat grounded to short. To the 9th we go. Still tied at 6. All tied at 6. We are headed to the 9th. Going to be a final at-bat win for someone here today. Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Book your stay now. So the Brewers will bring on their closer in a 6-6 game. Francisco Rodriguez will try to get Milwaukee to the bottom of the 9th, still tied.
Yeah, good numbers for K-Rod. 18th appearance. He had his streak of 11 straight scoreless appearances. Snapped on Wednesday against the Giants, gave up a run in an inning of work. 19 punch outs in 17 innings this year. Ranks 10th all time on the Major League saves list with 356.
Aaron Hill will pinch hit for Arizona. Hill got to start at third base yesterday, was 1 for 5. K-Rod throws the first one over his head. Hill had one of his most memorable moments as a big leaguer here at Miller Park. Hit for the cycle in 2012. That was back in June of 2012. And it was the second cycle in an 11-day span. He had had one 11 days prior against the Mariners in Phoenix, and then had a second one in that stretch here at Miller Park.
That's something.
2012 in the month of June.
He's always had good numbers against the Brewers.
Haven't had a cycle this year, as Hill pops this one up to Segura. One away. As a matter of fact, the only cycle last year was Michael Kadire. Gene Segura still is a home run away from that cycle. Have to go to extra innings for him to bat again. A.J. Pollock, Arizona's leadoff hitter, at the plate with one away. 2 for 4 today. Cardinals hung on to win. They beat the Dodgers 3-1. Won that series. Carlos Martinez went 7 strong. Rosenthal saved his 15th. Way back in left. It is hooking foul, however. Long, loud strike.
Yeah, left that curveball up, and Frankie very fortunate that Pollock was out in front of that one. He got good wood. It's not where you want to leave your curveball.
One ball, one strike on Pollock. St. Louis has the best record in the major leagues right now. The first team to 33 wins. And they have opened up a 6-game lead in the National League Central. Could go to 7 if the Cubs lose today. Cubs are tied with the Royals at 1 in the 9th.
The Cardinals are 20-6 at home this year.
Looks like they're going to extra innings at Wrigley today as well. They were postponed yesterday, the Royals and the Cubs. All tied at 1. 3 balls and a strike on Pollock. Strike. 3-2. Pollock was ready to go to first.
Now, you don't want to walk him. He's got great speed. He'll steal a base. Just at the bottom of the strike zone. Fox Tracks had it borderline.
Ooh, that one just missed. Pollock draws the walk, and a speedy base runner is aboard for Arizona, representing the go-ahead run.
Yeah, that one just a little bit further off the corner. Well, if it's close, take it. That's the mantra of hitters these days. You can see just misses that outside corner. 1-0
Pollock has 12 stolen bases this year, has one of them today.
And Rodriguez relatively easy to steal on. He's got that high leg kick, a lot of off-speed pitches. We'll see if he's able to keep Pollock close.
Cliff Pennington is hitless. I beg your pardon, has one hit today, has an RBI as well, sac fly in the 4th. Singled his last time up, but he was wiped out on a double play. Drops a bunt down. It's a good one. They'll let it roll. Wise move by Herrera. Hit the lip of the grass and rolled foul.
It's a spin that gets it like that. I mean, a little bit of a rotation on that baseball is going to kick foul once it gets onto the dirt.
Rodriguez very aware of who is on deck for Arizona. Would love to get a double play ball here. That's the guy you don't want to have to face, Paul Goldschmidt.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, they're not going to be very aggressive with Goldschmidt no matter where Pollock is.
All tied at 6 with 1 out. Pollock stays put in the dirt. Count evens at 1-1.
The deeper you get into the count here with Pollock or with Pennington, a better chance that Pollock's going to try and steal.
Close play. Rodriguez, because he has a slow delivery to the plate, does a lot of things to try to counter that and hold runners close. He throws over a lot. He holds the ball a lot. Changes up his pattern. There's a swing and a miss. That was a quick release that time from K-Rod. It's 1-2.
He does have that slide step, but doesn't like to use it a whole lot. Fine line between being too quick to the plate to keep the runner close and making a mistake with a pitch because you're worrying too much about the runner.
Didn't bite on it this time. Pennington is even the count at 2-2. Got him. A swing and a miss. Pennington is down on strikes. Second out of the inning. First K for K-Rod.
They're pulling a string on him, and well done. Change up. And Pennington pulls ahead, comes up empty. Well, now what do you do? I mean, the last thing you want to do is be too careful with Goldschmidt and put the go-ahead run at second base.
Quick chat with Rick Kranitz.
See if he chases, which Goldschmidt doesn't do a whole lot of. I guess you'd rather walk and be careful with him and leave it up to Inciarte.
Goldschmidt, 3 hits his first 3 trips to the plate, including a homer in the first. Bounced into a double play in the 7th inning. Inciarte due next.
Brewers outfield is going to be playing just about to the warning track.
Trying to prevent that extra base hit. Pollock can really run at first. See what K-Rod gives him here. In the dirt, Maldonado blocks it.
I can't imagine they're going to give him anything to hit. If K-Rod's able to keep it down and away and get him that way, so be it. But you make a mistake with this guy, it could be 2 runs.
Only Bryce Harper has more walks than Paul Goldschmidt. Diamondbacks as a team are pretty free swinging bunch, but Goldschmidt is the one guy that'll be patient at the plate. Pitching around him, if he does draw the walk, it will put the go-ahead run in scoring position.
But you can't let this guy beat you here. You just can't do it.
I'm with you.
I don't care where runners are.
It's not that he's just a great hitter. He's hot too right now. That skips by Maldonado.
Oh, now they're walking.
Now, this is no big deal here. Fans are groaning, but it makes the decision much easier. Now you don't even have to worry about missing the plate. You can just go ahead and put him on.
Which is why Pollock probably didn't run when he got on first base, knowing that if Goldschmidt came up with him on second, they were just going to walk him. Now they can put him on and go after Inciarte, which is what they wanted all along.
It's the presence of a big bat. It's what it does to the opposition. There are very few hitters in the major leagues you would pitch around to put the go-ahead run at second base in the ninth inning. Goldschmidt's one of them.
And a guy coming up that makes good contact and is hitting nearly 300.
Goldschmidt with his 8th intentional walk. That's leading the National League. 2 on, 2 out, 9th inning, 6-6 game. And Ender Inciarte at the plate for Arizona. He did not start this game, but he was in early. David Peralta was the starter and hit cleanup. Normally Inciarte hits leadoff. Peralta tried to bunt his way on and smashed his finger. X-rays showed it was not broken. Fortunate for him. So Inciarte came in mid at bat. A little bit unusual that he would hit after Goldschmidt in the cleanup spot. But here he is in a run producer's role.
And got a base hit early in the game to left field. You know, Gerardo Parra very shallow. In hopes that if there's a base hit in that direction, you have an opportunity to throw him out at home plate. You got Pollock there with great speed.
3 terrific outfield arms for the Brewers. The 1-1 swing and a miss out in front. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Frankie Rodriguez 2.0, reinventing himself from the fastball slider pitcher that he was early in his career. Now they're up. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And it's on the ground. Should be easy enough for Sardinhas. K-Rod does the job. They work around Goldschmidt. Strands 2. Brewers coming up, bottom of the 9th. Do they have a walk-off in them this afternoon? They want Daniel Hudson, the hard thrower, recovering from 2 Tommy John surgeries. We saw him on Friday, and he's been racking up the strikeouts. He's actually pitched fairly well here lately. Hudson on for the 17th time in a 6-6 game, bottom 9.
And he's got the part of the Brewers order coming up. 2, 3, 4 in the batting order. Friday night, an inning in the 3rd of scoreless baseball. The Brewers looking for a walk-off here today.
Parra, Braun, Gomez due up. Parra and Braun have never been retired by Hudson in limited action. Well, Parra has a sense for the dramatic, facing his old team. Maybe a swing away from ending this one. All tied at 6. Brewers had a terrific comeback, down 4-0 after 2 innings. Chris Davis put on the disabled list today. Gerardo Parra is going to be getting a lot of playing time in left field in the absence of Davis. No balls and a strike. Hudson delivers. Misses high. 1-1.
A little change up. Fastball 96 to 97. So a pretty good change up from him on Friday night. Also got a slider to go with it.
Hudson's a former starter turned reliever, trying to come back from the Tommy John surgeries. 2 of them. Did come back last year, pitched in 3 games. Important games for him to know that his arm was sound again, then had an entire offseason to build it back up. One-two pitch. Parra lays the bat on it. Fly ball left field line. Inciarte for the out. 1 away. And here comes Ryan Braun. Braun is the Brewers' best home run hitter. 12 homers this year. Tied for 5th in the National League in that category.
Let's see if the Diamondbacks try to work him inside, because Brony likes that ball out away from him. A lot of his home runs have come to right field.
Strike on the outside corner. Hudson doesn't allow many homers. As a matter of fact, has not allowed a home run to a right-handed batter in his last 129 batters faced. 7 of his last 8 outings have been scoreless outings. He's really starting to find it again, and there's nothing wrong with his elbow now after the ligament replacement surgery. He's got plenty of velocity.
He kind of slings it in there at 96 to 97. Tough to pick up for a right-hander.
1 ball, 1 strike. 6-6 game, 9th inning. 2-1. Braun with a single and an RBI in the 5th. Three and 1.
Might be similar for the Diamondbacks with Braun as Brewers were with Goldschmidt in a situation like this. Do you want to give him something to hit, particularly down 3-1 in the count?
Always been clutch. 3 balls, 1 strike. Braun, little late, fouls it away. 97 with fastball from Hudson, and Braun couldn't quite square it up.
Up in the zone. Well, SALTALAMACCHIA is setting up on the outside corner. Threw it down the middle up, though. Making it tough to get a good swing.
Advantage pitcher. He knows Braun can't catch up to that fastball up there. So it's 3-2 now. See what he has in mind. And Braun just got a piece.
Same slider that was called a strike early in the count. Wasn't about to leave it up to the home plate umpire that time.
Well, he's got him in between. What's made Braun great over the years, his ability to adjust mid at bat. He's a little behind the fastball, a little ahead of the breaking ball. 3-2 on the way, and Braun takes a ball, just missed. 98-mile-an-hour fastball, and Braun draws the walk. There is the potential winning run at first base.
Yeah, gutsy decision to take it. It just seems effortless, the delivery for Hudson, and this one didn't miss by too much. Wow. Just off the outside corner. Good eye.
Foxtracks had it slightly off the plate. Back to your point, though. If it's close,
take it.
Take it. Not much you can do with that pitch anyway at 98. Here's Gomez now. Excellent fastball hitter. Plus velocity. Gomez is one of the better hitters on the team.
Yeah, certainly an opportunity for Braun to run. And we'll see what the Brewers elect to do. They're not running as much as they had.
One man out. 6-6 game. Starts him with a breaking ball. Gomez moved down in the order to the cleanup spot today from the leadoff position. Hudson from the stretch, and he'll take a look at Braun just to let him know he's thinking about him. Braun is 6 out of 7 in stolen base attempts this season.
I guess why run if Hudson can't throw a strike.
He doubled up on the breaking ball, and now Gomez in the driver's seat. And you know Gomez will be ready to let it loose if he gets a fastball in the strike zone. 2-0 the count. 6-6 game. Gomez takes a hack. 97 up high, and it's 2-1 now.
Yeah, it looked like it was ball 3.
Braun goes. Gomez fouls it away.
Had a great jump. Hudson takes a while to get rid of it.
It was not an aggressive swing by Gomez. I think just trying to punch one to the right side. And I think you're right. Braun probably had that one stolen. Now it's 2-2. Two-pitch pitcher Daniel Hudson right now. Significant fastball and a slider. Gomez pulls one foul. That looked like a changeup right there.
Yeah.
That's the first one we've seen.
You're not going to see too many guys pull a fastball at 97, 98 like that. That was a changeup.
He had them all when he was a starting pitcher. Very successful starting pitcher. Maybe going back to the changeup. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And a little tapper toward third. Will it stay? It will. Gomez with an infield hit. Just grazed the baseball, and he is rewarded with an infield single.
There was another changeup and just barely got a piece of it. Well, now the Brewers a base hit away from winning this baby.
Every time I see Gomez do that, I think about Dale Swaim. He was the guy that when Gomez was traded from the Twins to the Brewers, Dale Swaim was the hitting coach at the time. He said, you know what, let's forget about this. Hit the ball on the ground, shorten your swing, use your speed. You're going to get more hits on the little swinging bunts than you will trying to bunt for singles. And he does it all the time.
And trying to punch the ball to the opposite field on the ground. And he has prospered with that philosophy.
Yeah. Let him be his personality at the plate. Swing aggressively. Take the big cut. Well, it's set up now for the Brewers. Jason Rogers with Herrera on deck. Rogers would love to end it right here. Rogers looking for his big league moment. Has not had a walk-off in the major leagues.
Well, he's handled fastball since he's come up.
He's a good hitter. 2 hits today. He was hit by a pitch. He's on base 3 times. Great speed on the bags. That tied him up. Fastball in there at 96 on his hands.
Outfield pretty shallow for the Diamondbacks. They're in position to maybe make a throw into home plate on a base hit. That opens up those gaps quite a bit.
They all throw well. Well, Rogers didn't mean to do it, and now it's 0-2. Rogers has been a very good hitter all through his developmental phase of his career in the minor leagues. Once the Brewers minor league player of the year. Stepping up at a big spot. The potential winning run at second base. And down goes Rogers. Came back to the changeup, so that's been a big pitch for Hudson. Said never mind the fastball slider. He's using a third pitch. Got a big strikeout there. 2 outs in the inning.
He didn't throw a single strike in that whole sequence to Jason Rogers. Every pitch off the plate. Using a young hitter's aggressiveness to his advantage.
And here is ELIAN Herrera now. Braun with a walk. Gomez an infield hit. Herrera's last and only walk-off hit came back in 2012. As a member of the Dodgers. Tell you, that's been the pitch for him. Even though Gomez reached on a single, that was the pitch that had him out in front.
Yeah, another changeup, right?
One ball, one strike. Herrera just lays the bat out there. That is foul. A little flop shot, just foul.
Oh, that'd have been nice.
Trying to calm the nerves. Pressure situation. Braun's the one that matters. 1 ball, 2 strikes. All tied at 6 here in the 9th. Brewers trying to snap a 7-game losing streak. And down goes Herrera. Daniel Hudson, impressive. We go to extra innings at Miller Park. To the 10th we go. Arizona coming up. By Jack Links. Feed your wild side. Well, the Brewers will send Will Smith to the mound. 2 innings in yesterday's game. Threw just 19 pitches across his 2 innings. He was very good yesterday against Arizona. Had 3 strikeouts and 2 scoreless innings. And of his 19 pitches, he threw 16 strikes in yesterday's game. So he is back out there for a 3rd day. Smith awaiting a hearing after he has appealed an 8-game suspension, and he will have that hearing tomorrow in St. Louis. So he is on the mound here in the 10th, trying to get this game to the bottom of the 10th, still tied at 6.
Yeah, Brewers are running thin on arms in that bullpen. Remember, Michael Blazek has thrown a lot, 2 2/3 innings in yesterday's ball game. So with Will Smith pitching here in the 10th, Corey Knebel's still down in the bullpen. And then that's it.
Mark Trumbo leads off for Arizona. It was his home run that tied this game in the 8th. Opposite field home run to start the inning off Jeffress. Diamondbacks have hit 8 home runs in this series in 3 games. Hit 4 on Friday. Goldschmidt hit 2 yesterday. And Goldschmidt and Trumbo with home runs today. Brewers pitched around Goldschmidt last inning. K-Rod intentionally walked him to put the potential go-ahead run at second, and then got out of the inning. Trumbo pops it up. Green light on a 3-0 pitch. And Will Smith's going to get a routine out. That is a break for the Brewers.
Yep, jammed himself too. I can understand if he hits a bolt somewhere, but a 3-0 pop out to the opposite field. Brewers will take that.
Here's Yasmani Tomas now. Tomas has just 1 home run. The Diamondbacks are expecting him to be a 20-plus homer player in the big leagues. At the major league level for the first time after he signed a multi-year deal from Cuba, defected from Cuba. Chip Hale was saying yesterday they play about 90 games in their baseball league in Cuba, so he's not quite used to not just the travel and the lifestyle, the culture, all of that, but the amount of games played as well. So it's going to require some extra days off.
Yeah, it takes getting used to, for sure. And a number of games playing Major League Baseball in the minor leagues, for that matter. 140 plus games in the minors.
Arizona began their road trip with an extra inning game. That was a loss in St. Louis. And they're going to end their road trip with an extra inning game. And the Brewers are hoping it ends just like it started. Diamondbacks are headed home tonight. They start a homestand with the Braves and the Mets beginning tomorrow. Brewers are on their way to St. Louis. St. Louis won today. They won a series from the Dodgers. Best record in the big leagues, the Cardinals. Full count. And Tomas will draw the walk. A 1-out walk to bring up Saltalamacchia.
And Smith tried to get him to chase the slider, almost did, but able to hold up.
Switch hitting catcher JARROD Saltalamacchia. Out in front. Curveball by Smith. The longest last name in the major leagues. Rib to rib on the back of that jersey.
14 letters.
Good block by Maldonado. Alphabet soup. Smith looking for a ground ball here with the Diamondbacks catcher at the plate. 2-1. Saltalamacchia just his second start with the D-backs. Been with the Braves, the Rangers, the Red Sox, most recently the Marlins. Out in front again, that same curveball, and it's 2-2. One of the big trades that helped Texas move into a dominant position for a couple of years, ending up in back-to-back World Series, was a deal for Mark Teixeira. It was at the trade deadline in 2007, and Saltalamacchia was part of that trade from the Braves to the Rangers with Elvis Andrus and Neftali Feliz and Matt Harrison. Got him. He went right back to it. Saltalamacchia strikes out. Second out of the inning. And all three swings on that same curveball from Smith.
Yep, and able to keep it down in the strike zone. That's exactly where you want it, down in that back leg.
Two outs in the inning. Two walks, two strikeouts for Saltalamacchia today. Here's Chris Owings. Interesting that Michael Blazek has moved into the Brewer bullpen right now in case this game goes to an 11th inning. Blazek out there stretching, loosening up. Brewers are asking a lot out of Blazek. He has served many roles.
Including one of the better arms on that staff so far this year. Been a nice surprise. Pitched a lot yesterday. Looks like he might be going in again today, if need be.
Looking ahead to the bottom of the 10th inning, the Brewers will have Sardinas, Maldonado in the pitchers. The runner goes and will steal second base. Tomas with the sneak attack. His third stolen base.
Yeah, Diamondbacks realizing that Smith is throwing a lot of breaking pitches, and most of them down near the dirt, so they take off, and Maldonado not able to get a handle on the throw. So now a base hit gives the Diamondbacks a lead.
One ball, one strike. Two outs in the inning in a 6-6 game. On the ground, foul. 1-2 the count. Cubs and the Royals are in extra innings this afternoon as well. They are in the 11th in a 1-1 game. Schmidt, the former Royal, trying to get this one to the bottom half. Owings just got a piece. Twins won again today. That'll be another opponent on the road trip for the Brewers. Twins are for real this year. 30-19 is their record.
How about them? What a surprise, huh?
They beat the Blue Jays 6-5 today. Minnesota just a half game back of the Royals. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Owings chased a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. 6-6. Bottom 10 coming. Final game of the series. Brewers trying to snap a 7-game slide and salvage one here today before they hit the road. Andrew Chafin will come into pitch, and Nick Ahmed will take over at short. So I got a double switch here in case it goes to an 11th inning. And the numbers on Chafin, who finally gets in the game. Rock, he was warming up in the 6th inning of this game, and here he is pitching in the 10th.
Yeah, that's when Anderson was having a tough time in the 4th and 5th innings. And Chafin, one of 3 left-handers down in that Diamondbacks bullpen. We saw Oliver Perez on Friday, and Chafin here today. You can see he's only allowed the 1 home run, the .413 earned run average in game number 19.
It'll be Sardinius to start it, Maldonado to follow, and then the pitcher spot in the Brewers order. Brewers are out of options on their bench at this point. Moncentenno is the only one remaining,
and 2 pitchers left down in the bullpen. Those are the things that happen when you have back-to-back short starts. Kyle Lohse yesterday and the youngster Wagner today.
Sardinius on a hop right to Ahmed, just in the game, and he makes a play for the first out. So Maldonado, he's had a moment on a Sunday this year, back on Mother's Day with the pink accents. It was a walk-off. It was ruled as a single. Didn't need any more out of it. Well, he's got a chance here today. He's had a terrific Sunday. 3 hits, 2 doubles, a single. He drove in a run in the 4th. He scored twice.
Threw out a base runner at second base. Shadows are going to start being an issue here today. as we're approaching 5 o'clock. As that sun makes its way across the infield.
There's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to Maldonado. One of his best days of the year. That Mother's Day Sunday was the #1 for Maldonado. Strike 2. Andrew Chafin, left-hander, out of the bullpen. And Maldonado able to check his swing. Count evens at 2-2 now.
Slider down and in, and Maldonado able to hold up.
Looking for a mistake. Brewers need something good to happen to him. It's been a struggle. 2-2 pitch on the way. Maldonado fouls it off. He was out ahead of it. Craig Counsell had to get into his bullpen in the 4th inning today. Neil Kotz went 2 scoreless. Brewers were able to come back from a 4-0 deficit.
2 days in a row, right? 4th inning. Bullpen.
Yesterday, Kyle Loesch went 3 1/3. Blazek, who we saw stretching it out a little bit down in the bullpen, went 2 2/3 yesterday.
Jimmy Nelson went 6th. 6 innings on Friday.
All right, we'll reset it here. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Maldonado. And he is down on strikes. 2 up, 2 down for Chafin. Craig Counsell is going to call on his last position player on the bench. With 2 outs, Juan Centeno will hit. Centeno has just 1 hit this year. Occasional playing time since Lucroy's been on the disabled list. Everyday catcher in AAA before his call up. Takes a strike. His next home run in the major leagues will be his first home run in the big leagues. Just 23 career games. This is number 24. A shot, Ahmed backhands, and a perfect throw in a 1-2-3 inning. We go to the 11th, all tied at 6. Wings are presented by Jack Links. Feed your wild side. Yeah, we're into those Jack Links, believe it. Here we go to the top of the 11th. Corey Knebel will get this 11th inning. He was rolling along well until his last time out. Things kind of unraveled for him in his last time out on Friday against Arizona.
They gave up a 2-run home run to A.J. Pollock, who he's going to be facing. He's due up second in this 11th inning. And 2/3 of an inning, 3 hits, 2 runs, both earned for Knebel in his last time out. Was called up on May 18th from AAA Colorado Springs.
Nick Ahmed, who came in on the double switch, will lead off. Brewers will have the top of their order in the bottom of the 11th. Knebel hopes to get him there with a tie score. 6-6. We're all even up. The Brewers have out hit the Diamondbacks 13-11. An impressive comeback today for Milwaukee. Down 4-0 early. Came back. They took the lead. It was 6-5 until Mark Trumbo homered in the 8th.
Ahmed hit a home run on Friday night.
Yeah, he hit one of the 4. Ahmed has 3 homers this year. He is an excellent shortstop.
He's got 3 errors on the season. 2 of them came in the same game.
Diamondbacks have some very good young players. They lost 98 games last year. They're going to have the first pick in the draft. And they've been able to turn it around pretty quickly. They are now relevant in the National League West. Kind of hanging around that 500 mark. Nick Ahmed out of UConn. Knebel's got him in a 2-2 count. Got him. Knebel burns the edge. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. 1 away here in the 11th.
And Ahmed's giving it to the home plate umpire, Ryan Blakeney. And the last 2 pitches he threw, he took right on the outside corner. Hard to see the plate on that shot, but Fox Tracks had it pretty close. So much for the theory, if it's close, take it.
Shadows are a factor. Tough for the hitter and the umpire and everybody else. Kind of has the strobe effect as it comes to the plate. Especially tough on right-handed hitters.
The pitcher releases it in the shade, and there it comes in the sun.
And now A.J. Pollock barking a little bit. Pollock has some pop as well. This was on Friday. Knebel in the game late, and Pollock to the opposite field. He got a fastball up, and he sent one into the Arizona bullpen. Diamondbacks stretched it out and won that game late. That was a 4-4 game going into the latter innings. 7-5 was the final. Diamondbacks won 7-3 yesterday. This one's 6-6. Pollock's been a tough out. 2 hits and a walk, 3 times on base. Knebel misses. Ball 4.
And second time in as many at bats that he's walked. That's not a guy you want to put on.
That brings Goldschmidt into play, who is on deck now. And barring a double play, Goldschmidt will bat in this 11th inning.
And you might see him try and steal a base here. Check that out. See how dark the baseball was when Knebel got rid of it. Then it brightens up in that sunshine. That makes it tough. Not only on the hitter, but the catcher and the umpire as well.
Here's Cliff Pennington. This is the exact scenario that played out in the 9th. With the 9-hole hitter making an out and then Pollock drawing a walk. Which brings Goldschmidt into the picture. Knebel with that fastball curveball combination. Popped him up. Gerardo Parra out number 2.
And let's see what the Brewers do now here again with Goldschmidt coming up. Similar situation, identical situation as they had in the 9th inning. Man at first, Goldschmidt coming up. Makes a big difference when you have Inciarte batting behind him as opposed to Peralta. Peralta much more of a home run threat. Peralta left the game in the top of the 1st inning.
Feels like deja vu here, right? Same scenario as you mentioned that we had in the 9th inning, and even Rick Kranitz making an appearance at the mound to discuss the game plan with Goldschmidt.
Well, again, you just can't have this guy in a position where he can beat you. Outfield's going to be very deep for the Brewers, but Pollock can run. I mean, if he finds a gap, Pollock still might be able to score. Hard to even see the outfielders with the shade the way it is right now.
There's a strike, so Knebel fires right at him. Gets ahead of him. Goldschmidt with 3 hits today has his average up to .354, second highest average in the National League. Deke Gordon of the Marlins is the league leader, sitting in the 370s. Goldschmidt not only won the Silver Slugger Award a couple of years ago, won the Gold Glove as well. Finished 2nd in the MVP voting in 13. That was the year he hit 36 homers, drove in 125. Last year, he got hurt for the final 2 months. A broken hand, and yet still hit 19 homers and 69 RBIs. Last 2 years, he's been an all-star.
Man, be careful right here. 2-1. Well, you know Pollock's not going anywhere, because if he does steal, they're just going to walk Goldschmidt again. You don't have to worry about him. You don't have to throw over.
Maldonado sets up outside. Three balls and a strike.
They might run here, though.
Ender Inciarte due next. And Goldschmidt will settle for the walk. His 5th trip on the base paths. Here's some fans booing, and it does put the potential go-ahead run at second base, but it is the right play. That's the one guy that has hurt Counsell and the Brewers the most in this series. Leave it up to somebody else.
Well, it would take an extra base hit to score Pollock with Goldschmidt at the plate, but he's a pretty good chance he's going to do that. He's done it a number of times in the series. Inciarte just needs to find the outfield with one. That's the trade-off.
All right, so Inciarte once again in a spot to give the Diamondbacks the lead. Knebel trying to get this one to the dugout tied. First ball swinging, exact same result, a 4-3 ground out. That played out just like the ninth. Let's see if the Brewers got a run at them. We go to the bottom of the 11th. And the Diamondbacks, yeah, they're still dancing in the stands here, those who have remained. Good crowd, over 32,000 here today on a Sunday. Gene Segura steps in, and there's a little drama involved with Segura. He is a home run away from the cycle today. Double, triple, single. In his middle 3 at-bats, he is 3 for 5. That would be a sweet way to hit for the cycle if you hit a game-winning walk-off homer, huh? Chafin delivers, and Segura takes ball 1. The Cubs have won. David Ross with a walk-off in the 11th to beat the Royals 2-1. The Minnesota Twins are in first place.
There you go.
In the American League Central. Paul Molitor's Twins. Brewers will see the Twins next week. Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Minneapolis. Starts with the Cardinals beginning tomorrow. 1-1 to Segura. Bounces it in. 2 balls and a strike.
And no activity down in that Diamondbacks bullpen. They've got a number of guys available, including their closer Brad Ziegler. A couple of left-handers, a couple of right-handers. The Brewers, as far as their bullpen goes, it's just Marcus Hanel and
they got Matt Garza loosening in the pen. Back up the middle. Segura will reach his 4th hit of the day. And a lead man on, and some speed on the bags, carrying the winning run.
Let's see if the Brewers want to be aggressive. It's just a matter of being able to read the move of Chafin, the left-hander. I was going to say Blazing, but it is Matt Garza down there.
Tomorrow's scheduled starter.
That would make things interesting if he has to come in the game.
Here's Parra. Well, you got Ryan Braun due up next.
Yeah, Brewers electing not to bunt here.
Wicked shadows right now at Miller Park. better for a left-handed hitter, but still tough. In the dirt, skips a little bit, but not far enough for Segura to take second.
And more of a surprise they're not bunting, because you have Parra up there against a left-handed pitcher. And nobody out, leadoff hitter on.
Last time Gerardo Parra had a walk-off, he was in a Diamondbacks uniform, June 7th of last year against Atlanta. Little wave, little roller, that's going to go foul. Ball and 2 strikes.
I guess the one reason you might not want to bunt is if you bunt and Segura gets to second base, you're just going to walk Ryan Braun, who's probably the hottest of the Brewers right now. So not bunting, trying to get Braun to the plate, have him throw strikes.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Parra. And he lays the bat on it. Fly ball, left field. Inciarte is there. Had him played shallow, and he makes the catch.
Kind of the way it's gone, isn't it?
First out of the inning.
A little bit further down that line. That's a base hit.
Well, we'll see how the Diamondbacks will attack Braun here. Last time Braun was up in the 9th inning, he walked. He's been on twice. He singled in a run in the 5th and then scored a run. Outfield very deep for the Diamondbacks. They're trying to cut off an extra base hit. Arizona is giving Braun a huge amount of space down the left field line.
And you got a guy not throwing all that hard. I mean, a lot of breaking pitches, leaves one up. He can whistle one down that left field line.
All 3 outfielders with good arms. Fastball strike.
Giving him the left field line, but they're pitching him away. They're not going to give him much inside unless they try and throw a breaking ball down and in, get it in the dirt.
Brewers trying to snap a 7-game losing streak. They've got Braun at the plate. 6-6 game. He takes a fastball strike. Take you back last season, June 27th. Braun with a walk-off against the Colorado Rockies, scoring Mark Reynolds. Looking for another moment. Last walk-off homer was 2011. And a swing and a miss. He strikes out Chafin.
There's a breaking ball down in the dirt, and Ronnie chases one out of the zone. That was all fastballs to Braun until they gave him that slider. Well, first pitch was a slider down. Next 2 fastballs for strikes, and gets him on a breaking pitch in the dirt.
Here is Carlos Gomez now. 2 outs in the inning after the leadoff single by Segura. He's still at first. Chafin's got a pretty good move over to first base. Segura does not even look like he's in a posture to try to steal a base. Very short lead. And now it's 2-0 to Gomez.
And especially with the guys that are at the plate. I mean, Braun, Ramirez, or I should say Braun and Gomez. Last thing you want to do is try and run if you can't get a jump. No outs on the bases with these guys up.
3 balls, no strikes on Gomez. Well, does he have the green light here? Jason Rogers due next.
I bet he does.
3 balls, no strikes. Gomez swings at ball 4. 3-1. Back to the fastball. Segura carries the winning run at first. Gomez takes a ball. That was close. Carlos draws the walk, and now the potential winning run into scoring position in the speedy Segura. And Jason Rogers will have another chance.
I like this matchup. Jason Rogers has been pretty good against lefties.
So Rogers, who is up in the 9th with a runner at second base and struck out, as a moment of redemption. It is very difficult to see right now. Rock mentioned Rogers' success against lefties. Chip Hale is going to the bullpen here. He will not take any chances. Interesting that he allowed BRAUN and Gomez to bat against the left-hander. But he's going to the pen here. He's going to bring on his closer. Ziegler will take a timeout. Two outs in the 11th inning in a 6-6 ball game. Chip Hill taking no more chances. Brad Ziegler, his closer, is on to work and try to get this game to the 12th inning.
Well, you never see this. I mean, tie game, middle of an inning, bringing your closer. Usually save him if your team's able to get a lead late. But Ziegler, 24th game, a 159 earned run average. And looking to get this one to the 12th.
I'm guessing Chip Hale feels that Ziegler can give him 4 outs if it does go to the 12th inning. And so why not bring him on here with the runner in scoring position to try to get this game to another inning. So Rogers will face Ziegler, who has just been inserted into that closer's role. Picked up a save here on Friday night. And Rogers, a swing and a miss.
He's got that sink on his fastball with that low delivery, that sidearm delivery, and a good sweeping slider. Rogers got to be thinking right field here.
A tough guy to handle in normal conditions, especially with the shadows. There's the breaking ball Rock mentioned. It's a ball and a strike now. Rogers looking for his first career walk-off. Just up last year, got called up in mid-April of this season. Saltalamacchia wants a conference with his shortstop as well, maybe changing signs with Segura at second. All tied at 6. 2 outs in the 11th. Segura at second, and Rogers takes a ball down and away. Yeah, 2 balls and a strike.
Good eye right there. Man, look away, and if he comes in on you, so be it. Look for something up and drive it into the gap out there in right center.
Two.
See the way that pitch goes down, and goes down a lot. You can see the delivery for Ziegler. That sidearm delivery. And Rogers comes up empty on the sinker.
Two count. 2 outs. And Rogers on the ground, right to Goldschmidt. We will go to the 12th. Brewers strand a runner at second, waits a leadoff single. To the 12th we go, all tied at 6. And Corey Knebel back on the mound. Brewers are just plowing through their pitching staff. Remember, Counsell went to the bullpen in the 4th inning today. Got a couple of innings out of Neil Kotz. Knebel trying to give the Brewers 2 innings. Goforth, Kotz, Broxton, Jeffress, Rodriguez, Will Smith, and now Knebel out for a 2nd inning. He walked 2 and struck out 1 last inning. Trumbo is the reason we are here. He homered in the 8th to tie it.
That bench down in the Brewers bullpen is awfully empty. You got Marcus Hanel and Lee Tunnell.
I think Lee Tunnell could give us an inning today.
You think? There it is.
I mean, he's had his moments.
Blazek's down there somewhere.
Garza was throwing, and he has stopped that activity. Be curious to
there he is.
Find out all about it. There's Blazek, who threw 2 innings yesterday. 2 2/3 yesterday. You start getting into the position where you wonder what position players can pitch. Problem is, Counsell's already used all of his position
there's
players.
Nobody on the bench. And no position player on the bench. And Diamondbacks have 1 guy left. Their catcher, Jordan Pacheco. Diamondbacks, though, have 3 relievers available. 2 left-handers and a right-hander.
Corey Knebel giving it all he's got here. The AAA closer just getting to the big leagues. And a swing and a miss. Overpowered him with a fastball.
It's got to be very difficult to see right now. You can tell by the way these guys are swinging. Check out the pitch that Trumbo swings at. This pitch way out of the strike zone, and he's way behind it, as though he could barely see it. Sounded like a strike.
What's the best pitch in the shadows or the twilight? What's the best pitch?
You got to just stay hard. You know, again, you don't give a guy an opportunity to really identify a pitch.
Well, he's just powering that fastball in there. Tomas.
Get it there quickly. That's the idea.
Breaking ball this time. 0-2 the count.
I remember in 8 ball, we played in Modesto, and the way that field was configured, the sun was setting just to the left of center field. I mean, it was unbelievable how tough it was to see. And they never really stopped the game. Wow. I mean, it was almost impossible. I can't imagine they set up a field like that with the sun setting in center field. They just don't do that.
It's the worst batter's eye ever. There's one in Bakersfield. It's an old stadium. They still play there. The sun sets in center field in a certain part of the season, but they do stop the game. They actually have a sun setting delay every night.
Well, they did in Modesto. I wish they knew about that.
Played through it. Good luck.
Good luck to you. Oh, the days in 8 ball.
1-2 count, and down goes Tomas. Knebel's smart. He's using that setting sun to his advantage.
And it's the high fastball that he's been able to use effectively. I mean, this is literally head high. These guys just can't see the baseball.
Here's SALTALAMACCHIA. He's got some power. Starts him with a breaking ball for a strike. Looking ahead to the Brewers' 12th. ELIAN, HERRERA, Luis Sardinas, and Martin Maldonado. Another curve. 0-2 the count. The 0-2 pitch and a shot to center field, a base hit.
Yeah, one too many, right? 3 consecutive curveballs. That time he left one right down the middle, and SALTALAMACCHIA with his first hit as a Diamondback.
Overcomes the challenging elements and avoids a 3-strikeout game. Jordan Pacheco announced as the hitter. He'll pinch hit. Started as the catcher in yesterday's game. 2 outs for Knebel here in the 12th. Pacheco into the left, a base hit. And suddenly the Diamondbacks are threatening here. 2 on, 2 out. Back-to-back singles with 2 away.
Yeah, good news is not great speed at second base. SALTALAMACCHIA, the catcher. Number 9 spot is up, but he's a position player in Ahmed, who homered on Friday against Knebel. Actually, it wasn't Knebel, no. That was Broxton.
The other thing to think about with Knebel is this will be his 34th pitch. By far the most in the big leagues. Everybody going a little extra here today.
Yeah, he did not go multiple innings down in the minor leagues.
Ahmed, a shot right at Segura. He'll go to first, and that will retire the side. Big tip of the Texas hat to Corey Knebel. 2 scoreless. Bottom 12 coming. Here, some cool headwear right there. Speaking of headwear, we had the second famous racing sausage race today. I thought chorizo with a little bit of a head start, but check them out, Rod. They're swapping paint. The brat's in there, and they nudge him off the line. The chorizo he just gave up. He just ran out of gas.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
Who won the first one?
The little weenies were out today.
They all win.
And I believe it was hot dog. But as you said, they're all winners.
They're all winners
on Sunday. Right. Congratulations to the Brat winning the second of the sausage races. Okay. Pacheco will stay in the game to catch. And the new pitcher is Vidal Nuno to face Luis Sardinas in a battle of the Enyes.
Yeah, he got called up prior to Tuesday's game and threw 2 1/3 innings with 5 punch-outs. Not bad. And his only other appearance this year was 6 2/3 on May 11 against the Nationals. So he's a guy that can eat up some innings out of that bullpen. And the Brewers right now have Matt Garza loosening up in the pen.
Herrera takes a ball. Herrera, Sardinas, Maldonado. There's Garza.
That will make for a very interesting decision tomorrow.
Yep. Probably Mike Fiers tomorrow. Be back on his regular rest. And I would venture to say at this point, Garza would be out for tomorrow as it is. He's getting
no doubt
completely
right
ready in the bullpen. He's throwing hard.
Yeah, no way he starts.
Herrera sends it deep to left. That's going to stay in. Inciarte makes the catch. Just missed it on the bat, did Herrera. So here comes Sardinas.
So apparently Michael Blazek will not pitch no matter what today. That's pretty much the signal that's being sent by that Brewers dugout.
He's a man alone with his thoughts out there.
But he's out there, isn't he? Those are his people.
He's cleated up. Sardinas. Switch hitter off the right side. 2 hits today and a couple of singles. All tied at 6. We're in the 12th. 2-2 the count. Brewers had such a great approach, driving the ball up the middle into the opposite field to come back in this game as Sardinas strikes out. 2 outs in the inning. Tendency is when you get into extra innings, you want to be the one to hit the home run to win it. So you go through, when you get into the long extra inning games, that typically happens.
Once you get by the 10th, 11th inning, these things have a tendency to go a long ways because you're right. Guys want to hit the home run, be the hero, and nothing good ever happens when you're trying to go up there to hit a home run.
Maldonado now. Nuno stays away. Brewers are out of position players, so Kyle Loesch, if that spot comes up, would hit next.
Would be the second time he's pinch hit this year.
That's right. He just pinch hit in Atlanta last weekend with the bases loaded, as a matter of fact. He's dying for a chance to win a game. Brewers had Gallardo win a game for him last year.
Against the Orioles.
Maybe Maldonado right here. Got the count in his favor. Two and one. Strike. 2-2. Maldonado with 3 hits in his first 3 trips. A ground out and a strikeout since. 2 and 2, and it's outside ball 3. See if he can get a mistake. The dangerous bat of Kyle Loesch is due next. Should get a good one to hit here. 3-2 pitch. Maldonado pops it up and out of play. That'll be in the seats.
And he had a good one to hit. I mean, once again, I mean, to your point about trying to hit home runs, I mean, that's a ball that you can drive into right. Maldonado's strong enough to take one out of here to right center. Tried to pull it and got under it.
Count is full. Nuno delivers. Maldonado takes ball 4. Wow. Everybody was walking off the field for the Diamondbacks. Thinking that was a called strike 3. Instead, here comes Kyle Loesch. Every pitcher's dream. Brewers have been in this spot before. Out of players in extra innings against the Orioles last May. It was about a year ago. Yovani Gallardo, where they walk off double as a pinch hitter. And then he started the next day.
Yeah.
He swung at the first pitch.
Well, if Kyle Loesch does that and Maldonado's able to score from first.
As Loesch lines one foul, yes?
Yeah, that's something I want to see.
No. What were you going to say? You were going to shave your head.
The way things have gone this year, anything could happen. We'll see. And I did not say I'd shave my head.
Hey, he's had 2 good cuts. He's down 0-2 in the count. He's all business up there. And the way it's gone for him on the mound this year, he would love nothing more than to have a moment at the plate. But it's asking a lot. 0-2 with 2 away. Hey, good take. Lays off the breaking ball. Kyle Loesch. Another starter. Matt Garza looks like he'll pitch the 13th. And Loesch hit it sharply, but right at Ahmed, and that is the inning. And we're going to lucky number 13, and lucky number 22 is coming into pitch.
the Diamondbacks. The Brewers with 14 hits have not committed an error. Both teams have left 12 stranded, and as we head to the 13th, Matt Garza is on. Garza, his first relief appearance this year. He's actually made 4 appearances out of the bullpen in his career. Last time was with the Tampa Bay Rays. Last pitched on Tuesday in his start and a loss against the Giants.
Well, Garza has 3 previous relief appearances. Actually has a save. That came as a member of the Tampa Bay Rays. The last time he's pitched out of the bullpen was 2010. Had a relief outing in 06 and 07 with the Twins. 2010 was a save with the Rays, and now he will get a chance here in the 13th. How effective he'll be, you get a starter out of his rhythm. Who knows?
And he had the same thing with Mike Fiers tomorrow. If that's in fact what the Brewers are going to do, you get these guys are creatures of habit. Through 5 innings in his last start against the Giants in a 6-3 defeat, gave up 5 earned runs. A couple of home runs, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts for Garza on Tuesday.
Garza is the 9th pitcher used by the Brewers today. Arizona's used 7. A.J. Pollock will start it. He's the leadoff hitter. His 7th plate appearance. He's 2 for 4 with 2 walks. So Matt Garza, first relief appearance in 5 years. First ball swinging is Pollock. Looking ahead to the Brewers' 13th inning. Top of the order coming up. Gene Segura has yet another chance at the cycle today.
So the battle of the top of the order for both teams.
Yes. Setting the stage as always, Bill Schroeder in the 13th inning.
See, something's got to give here because my scorebook only goes 14 innings.
Oh, okay.
Once I run out of room, that's it.
All right. I'm all for it.
Game ends.
Max it out at 14 innings. I'm good. That ball's hit well. Right field line. It is a fair ball. And the speedy Pollock into second. Ground rule double. It bounces out.
Brewers lucky there. That would have been a triple had it stayed in play. So Garza gives him a fastball out over the plate. And Pollock able to just punch it down the line. That was an 0-2 pitch. Garza served up, and if that ball stays in play, that's a 3-bagger.
And there is the go-ahead run. Here's Cliff Pennington now. Showing bunt. Does have a sacrifice fly today. Had one back in the 4th inning to drive in a run. He's 1 out of 5. Goldschmidt due next. Gets the bunt down. It's a good one. Herrera's only play is first, and it is in time for the out. Sacrifice bunt. Diamondbacks with a runner at third and 1 out. Can't imagine the Brewers would pitch to Goldschmidt here.
Yeah, they're going to walk Goldschmidt, set up the double play. So they don't have to worry about Goldschmidt beating him here anyway.
So Goldschmidt will walk for the 3rd time in his last 3 trips to the plate. Twice intentional. He leads the National League in intentional walks.
Well, the Brewers hoping that Inciarte does what he did his last 2 times up, ground ball to second base, maybe turn a double play.
Getting yet another chance to plate a run. Had a chance in the 9th. Had a chance in the 11th. That was a loud clap right there that guy's got going. I see him
right below us.
He's making a significant amount of noise with his 2 hands. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Those are Garza's last 3 relief outings. And that one in 06 probably has a good story to it. That was early in his career.
First 2 with the Twins and last time with the Tampa Bay Rays.
That 06 outing, that was his rookie season. Infield is in for the Brewers. They will not try to turn 2 here. Inciarte runs well. That is a loud enough clap to actually be a distraction to the hitter. Keep it up. Nice. He's got him going, doesn't he? See, you cannot teach people to care, Rod.
That's right. He's right by a microphone down by the backstop.
He's got his sleeves rolled up. He is passionate right now about this. Here's the 0-1. It is a ball. Just missed. Inciarte in a 1-1 count. Got to be heads up for a squeeze bunt here. Inciarte normally a leadoff hitter. Popped him up. And here is Herrera in fair territory. Huge out for Garza.
Wow.
Second out of the inning. That'll loosen up the defense. Can get back to normal depth. The clapper has had an effect.
Don't stop now.
No, he's got a system. You can't just keep clapping. It becomes white noise. You have to get in there at the proper time. He'll do it. He knows when to do it. There he comes. Here's Mark Trumbo. Trumbo's home run in the 8th inning tied it at 6. That was a leadoff homer, his 9th of the year. He's got a couple of hits today, a double and a homer. He scored twice.
Hey, Garza, good velocity, 93 miles an hour. Able to get on the hands of Trumbo there. And well, you show up to the ballpark and you think you're going to get yourself ready for a Cardinal game tomorrow. And you sit there and about, I would imagine, the 8th, 9th inning, Rick Craddock comes over to you and says, can you help us out today? You go get the cleats, and here he is. Always have to be ready.
One ball, one strike on Trumbo, and a swing and a drive into left field. Parra is there. Inning is over. Matt Garza puts up a 0. The clapper. Clap on. Clap off. The Brewers looking for a walk-off. All tied at 6. There aren't many of the 32,000 remaining, but the ones that are loud. And here we go, bottom of the 13th. Nuno back on the mound. Gene Segura will lead off. Again, he is a homer away from the cycle. And the Brewers would love nothing more than to get in that cycle. Look at his day today. Segura in the leadoff spot had a double and an RBI in the 3rd inning. He played at Maldonado. Brewers were down 4-0 at the time, and then Segura with a leadoff triple in the 5th.
He's got his average up to 286 right now, and I'd love to see him get on base. He led off the 11th with a base hit. Brewers couldn't plate him.
4 hits, 2 RBIs. Just his 3rd game back after fracturing his pinky finger. Nuno's got him down in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. 6 runs, 14 hits for each team. And Segura to Pennington, out number 1. Well, maybe next time up in this game he'll hit a homer. Here's Gerardo Parra.
A long day at the office for Gerardo. Wow. It only takes 1, though.
These are batting average busting days right here. Parra's 0 for 6. And there's a roller. Goldschmidt off his glove. Parra will reach. That was going to be a tough play anyway for Goldschmidt. Even if he comes up with it cleanly, to get a throw to Nuno would have been a lot to ask. Parra's on base with a base hit.
And it looked as though Owings would have been able to make a play had Goldschmidt not gone for it. He did off the glove, and there's your winning run. And you got the right guys coming up.
So here comes Braun now. A strikeout victim his last time up in the 11th with Segura at first base. All tied at 6, and Braun sends one to left, playable for Inciarte. Got jammed. 2 outs. And now it's Gomez's turn. Gomez walked in the 11th. And an infield hit in the 9th. Pacheco taking that foul ball off the mask. See those little stickers he wears on his fingers so the pitchers can see the signals. Winning run at first base. Gomez, a huge hack. 0-2 the count. Another slow roller, another tough play coming up with it. Tomas throw to first in time to get Gomez. Good play by Yasmani Tomas. Counsell is on his way out. Counsell's already used the challenge, so he cannot. And we got to hold the band. Thumbs down from Jerry. We can go to break. And we can go to the 14th inning. Garza back at it. Are on our way to the 14th inning. Matt Garza will begin his second inning. Brian Anderson, Bill Schroeder, Sophia Minard. I think Sophia's still here. Brad Weimer producing. Mark Vittorio directing and rapping in the truck. And our great crew, they're hanging in there tough.
Craig and Augie down that set in the right field corner for how many innings? 8 innings?
Ready to go. They're ready.
They got down there, what, 7th inning? There they are. Pacing around. There's Crystal.
Craig. Augie's up there working the phones.
Checking his flight to Arizona.
All right. 6-6 game, 14th inning. Here is Yasmani Tomas. Well, Garza able to get through the 13th. Garza with 15 pitches in the 13th. Scheduled to start tomorrow. Comes in relief here today. Not sure how long he'll be able to go, but
what options do the Brewers have?
Right.
I mean, he's going to have to stay out there for a while.
First pitch swinging, Tomas.
How many pitchers can he go through? I mean, to use a starting pitcher on a non-pitching game for a guy is very unusual, let alone having to do it with 2 guys. Well, Garza's going to be out there for a while. I mean, I don't see the Brewers making any changes at this point. Certainly hope he doesn't get to around 100 pitches today.
No, man, I was doing the math right there thinking, all right, how many innings is this going to go? Meanwhile, the D-backs are going with the energy smoothies. That's a nice touch. I'll take one of those. Send one up, Rozzy. No balls, 2 strikes. The rookie, Tomas. Arizona had a 4-0 lead after the first 2 innings of this game. Brewers came back, tied it, and then took the lead. And down he goes. Garza with the slider strikes him out.
Well, it's been a good pitch for him lately, the slider, when he's able to locate it there. A called strike 3, able to catch the outside edge. And Garza able to get the first hitter in the 14th. Pollock doubled to start the 13th.
Here's Vidal Nuno, the Diamondbacks pitcher, who put a pretty good swing on it, and it's a line drive out. Man, hit that ball like a bullet. But Parro is there. 2 outs for Garza. A relief pitcher with a good swing. Here comes Pacheco now. Tell you, Garza, he's got the game face on, though. That's what you like to see. I mean, you know, you're looking for any kind of leadership, someone to step up. Garza supposed to pitch tomorrow. He comes out trying to put up a couple of zeros here. Jason Rogers, Elian, Herrera, then Sardinas due up for the Brewers in the bottom of the 14th inning.
How's your book looking?
Tremendous.
You got plenty of room left?
Oh, yeah. We can play all day, Rock. Nothing a little masking tape and a blank sheet of paper won't fix.
So how many innings does the press box lineup sheet have?
Well, 15 plus you could sneak 2 extras on the margin. So 17 with ease. Ground ball, backhanded. Segura, long throw is true. Good one. Matt Garza, another 0. 3 up, 3 down. Bottom of the 14th inning. We're tied at 6. Every time I look at Barrowman, he's always smiling, Rock. You know,
Pumped up.
Never has a bad day.
Loves the game. It's like Augie.
Look at him, all happy.
Just finished the second stretch time here at the ballpark.
That's right. The 14th inning stretch. 6-6. Bottom 14. Here we go. And Jason Rogers will lead off. We've been tied since the 8th. And Rogers takes a ball. Nuno has given a big effort for the Diamondbacks. Two scoreless innings thus far for Nuno. Got an at-bat, starting his 3rd frame. Rogers has 2 hits today. Reached on a hit by pitch as well. Twice he has been up with the winning run in scoring position. That's a shot foul. Just missed it. Two balls, 2 strikes on Jason Rogers. Got Herrera on deck. And on the ground to short, Ahmed. 1 away. That'll bring up ELIAN Herrera.
You notice the approach that the Brewers have taken since the 7th inning. I mean, it's been a lot of pulling the baseball. Maybe we were talking about how well they were doing as far as taking it up the middle into the opposite field until we got to extra innings. Just trying to do a little bit too much. Be the guy to hit the big home run. You roll over on it and you end up grounding out.
Herrera almost hit one out his last time up. Deep fly ball to left. ELIAN is looking for his first hit of the day as well. 0 for 6. His batting average was .220 to start the day. It's down to .206 currently. Well, you never know what you'll find in an extra inning game like this. Garza has worked 2 scoreless. He's been searching for confidence. Maybe this will be the outing that gets him going. Full count to Herrera. Three-two pitch. Herrera takes ball 4. A base runner. Herrera has pretty good speed as well.
There's a good at bat. Fell behind 1 and 2 and did not bite. Nuno tried to get him to chase.
Luis Sardinas now. Another switch hitter. Cue shot foul. Now you wonder if Counsell will try to get aggressive on the base paths, try to force the issue a little bit, maybe a hit and run. It's not something he likes to do typically, but this is an atypical situation.
Got to be creative in situations like this, right? When you don't have the big guns at the plate, got to figure out other ways to maybe drive in some runs, get something going. Of course, if you can't get a jump and you have a left-handed pitcher out there, that makes a big difference.
No balls, 2 strikes on Sardinas, and a check on Herrera. Brewers have 1 extra inning victory this season. They are 1 and 2. Sardinas down on strikes. 2 outs. The lone extra inning win for Milwaukee came against the Cubs. Maldonado. 2 outs, runner at first. Got to have some heavy legs right now. Maldonado's caught 14 innings with no end in sight.
But he's had a good day at the plate. He's been on 4 times. That lightens the legs up a little bit.
Just 1 mistake is what Maldonado's looking for. All tied at 6. We're in the 14th inning. Got a runner at first. Herrera representing the winning run. Maldonado takes a ball. Martin walked his last time up. 2-0.
He's probably going to walk again. You look over to that on deck circle. It's going to be Garza. This is where Maldonado needs to be a little bit more aggressive and expand the zone just a bit.
They balked. How about that? A balk is called. I'm not sure exactly what happened on the mound, but the first base umpire spotted it right away. Hunter Wendelstedt. Yeah, a little flinch right there.
Yeah, right there with the back leg. I mean, just ever so slightly, but I really doesn't matter. I mean, the Brewers, they're going to walk Maldonado here and then have to deal with Matt Garza. So they're going to leave it up to Garza, I would imagine. I can't imagine them throwing strikes right here to Maldonado.
Yeah, they'll just go ahead and walk him.
That's probably what they were going to do anyway. They weren't going to give Maldi anything to hit.
Right.
Well, it is a balk, but it doesn't change much.
All right. So the stage is set. Matt Garza has his moment. Every pitcher I've ever talked to loves an opportunity like this. There is zero pressure. Nobody expects him to do it. Garza will have his chance.
Be a fitting ending, right? Coming in, picking the team up, and driving in the winning run.
Matt Garza, winning run at second. Outfielders are creeping in. They all have good arms. Herrera's going to need to get a good start. Garza looking for that little flare into right. Takes a strike. Kyle Loesch already had an at-bat. In extra innings here, he grounded out. One ball, one strike.
Outfield very shallow, as you would expect for Garza. So even a base hit, Herrera is really going to have to bust it around the bags.
Garza has one hit this year. He is 1 for 16. 1-2 the count. Odds are stacked against him. An .085 career hitter. One ball, two strikes. Garza shatters his bat. That bat is foul. It's a foul bat. He made contact though. He gets a hand. Tell you, that had to hurt.
Yeah, the bat went further than the baseball.
That was in on the knuckles. Well, you think that bat's got a hit in it? Got a new bat. Lightning. 1-2. Garza strikes out. To the 15th we go. Matt Garza with 2 scoreless. Brian Anderson, Bill Schroeder. We're still here.
Yeah.
Separating those who are in from those who are out.
You're in. I'm in. Everybody in the truck's in. Camera
sleeves
people
are rolled up. We got to get the clapper going down.
Check out the scorebook.
Oh,
there's
nice.
a lot going on there. See how color-coded
I just keep it
is?
all in my head. Everything that's happened in this game. So just
everybody's been in just about.
All right.
You got an inning in you?
We're ready. Matt Garza back out for his 3rd inning. Our producer Brad Weimer felt it important that you see us as we get set for the 15th inning. In case we were, maybe calling it from our car or our living room.
Getting a little oily in the face. But that happens with age.
That pigeon was just an egg when this game started.
Well, a good ways away from the Brewers' all-time record for innings in a game. 25.
You were a part of that one
against the White Sox. Took 2 days.
I would imagine the catchers right now have the biggest challenge. SALTALAMACCHIA is out. Pacheco came in a couple of innings ago, but Maldonado's gone the distance behind the plate.
How about the home plate umpire? How many pitches has he seen?
I'll give you that.
Ryan Blakeney.
Jerry Lane was supposed to have the plate. He had the plate yesterday, and then he went on vacation. He picked the right day. All right, it is Nick Ahmed to lead off. And he swings and lines one off the glove of Segura. Leadoff hit. Ahmed starts it for the Diamondbacks.
Just out of his reach. He got the end of the fingers on it. That's where the lack of height goes against Segura.
I feel his pain. Yeah, the sun is right on him, too.
Yeah. Had a tough time picking it up, I would imagine, off the bat.
That's the setting sun coming through the panels above the first base grandstand.
This is about the time where the visiting team is finishing up their batting practice. For a night game. Batting practice can be a bit of a challenge in the summer with the sun coming in those glass panels over the left field bleachers. But very rarely does it really have any part in the game. Once in a while, you're going to see early in the game as the sun sets in the summer. First couple of innings. But it's normally the left fielder, not the shortstop.
Parra's okay for now. It's Segura the one who has to deal with it. Center field can be a bear as well.
Yeah, but at least Gomez can get an angle on it. He can angle his eyes away from that sun.
Big hack by Pollock. We couldn't be any more comfortable here in the booth, however, in case you're wondering. Very pleasant. Pollock, his 8th plate appearance. Speaking of Segura, he will bat again. In the bottom of the 15th, he'll have yet another shot at the cycle. There's a pop-up. Segura is back on it. Out number 1.
And Garza's able to get on his hands that time. 93 miles an hour in on him and an easy pop-out. Garza's looked good today in emergency duty.
Cliff Pennington with 1 away. This is the second longest game by innings Boston and New York played a 19-inning game back in April. There were 3 others that went 14 innings. Runner goes. Oh, what a play by Garza. Underhands it to first. Heck of a play by Matt Garza for the second out.
Now the Brewers are going to have an opportunity to walk Goldschmidt again. How about that play by Garza? Wow. Check it out. There it is. No problem. Work on that every day. And gets the out. First base open. Goldschmidt will be walked. And once again, it's going to be up to Inciarte.
Goldschmidt will walk for the 4th consecutive time. That's what he gets for getting all those hits. He brought that on himself.
Well, the Brewers have done a good job, you know, putting themselves in a position to be able to walk him. That's the way it's worked out. That's what happens when you have a guy behind you that's not really a home run threat. And I hope I'm not going to regret saying that. Make him beat you, not the All-Star.
All right, so Goldschmidt is aboard. First and second again for the Diamondbacks. Arizona has stranded 14 runners today. And once again, it'll be Ender Inciarte. He was up in the 9th with a runner at second. He grounded to second. He was at bat in the 11th with a runner at second. He grounded out to second. And then it was first and third with his plate appearance in the 13th inning, and he popped up.
Yeah, with 1 out. That was a big out.
2 on, 2 out. Strike. Fastball in there. The Brewers will have the top of their order coming up. Little flare. Segura looking into the sun, makes the catch. Man, how hard must that have been? Great play. He'll lead off. We're going to the bottom of the 15th. College rally caps in a big league dugout. I'm in. I am in. Gene Segura, a homer away from the cycle, gets yet another crack at it. 4 for 7 at the plate here today. Segura went double, triple, single in 3 consecutive at-bats, and then he singled in the 11th. Got left stranded at second base. Nuno still out there, his 4th inning of work. Garza's gone 3 scoreless. Diamondbacks have stranded 16 base runners. And Segura taking a swing at the fences. 1 and 2. By the way, Paul Goldschmidt set a Diamondbacks franchise record, reaching base safely 7 times in a single game.
Okay.
So he's got that going for him.
4 of those walks.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Segura strikes out.
Fatigue starting to set in with some of these guys. And the Brewers have the same position players out there that started the game. Diamondbacks have made a couple of changes. Pacheco behind the plate. Ahmed at shortstop.
Now the Brewers started the day shorthanded as it was, with Chris Davis going on the DL. Here's Gerardo Parra. A game that began just a little after 1. Oh, and 2 to Parra.
A few more minutes will be 6:30.
Yes, it will. Excellent analysis.
I'm just gazing out at the Clemens clock out there and right.
Is that kind of like the watch pot?
Never boils. Right.
Here's a 1-2 to Parra. Down and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That's the beauty of baseball. No clock. Well, there is technically a clock now, but not on the actual game itself, between innings. 2-2. Gerardo will swing and lift one in the air to center.
Just missed it. Had a hanging slider and just got under it. I'd like to have another chance at that pitch.
2 up, 2 down for Nuno. Here comes Ryan Braun with 2 away.
And Brawny jammed himself on the first pitch from Nuno his last time up. Fly ball to left. See if he looks for that pitch again. There's some kind of a cutter in on his fists.
Braun swung at the first pitch his last time up, that fly ball. He is 1 for 6 today. Quickly 0-2. Nuno just pouring in the strikes in his 4th inning of work. Vidal Nuno. Can the Brewers get to him in this 6-6 game? Braun lays off. It's been tied since the 8th inning. 1-2 to Braun is down and away. 2-2 the count.
And Nuno started to walk toward that dugout, just missed the outside corner.
Went 6 2/3 earlier this year against the Nationals. That ball is hit well to right, but Trumbo is there. And let's go to the 16th inning.
6 since the 8th inning, and just a few feet away from the Brewers dugout. Guys trying to keep their energy up, going in and out of the clubhouse, getting snacks, getting water. They've tried a little bit of everything with the Little League rally cap. They've now switched back to the Major League style, but guys just trying to keep their energy up. And again, it's been all hands on deck. They're out of position players. Matt Garza has come in. He was scheduled to be tomorrow's starter. He's thrown 3 scoreless here. So, guys, I hope you guys are getting some snacks, some drinks up there as well, staying hydrated, because who knows at this point how long this marathon will go.
It is exhausting to watch a Major League Baseball game, isn't it, Rock?
We have it better than anybody, though.
Good job, Sophia. Longest game in Miller Park history. That is measured by time, by the way.
Right.
All right. Matt Garza will start it. Mark Trumbo is leading off.
Looking at 5.5 hours, right?
He's the reason we're still here. Yep. Back in the 8th inning of Jeremy Jeffress. It was a leadoff home run. Brewers had a 6-5 lead at the time. Trumbo homered, his 9th of the year.
Who would have thought that would be the last run scored?
8 innings ago. We are in the 16th now, and Trumbo bounces one to third. Herrera makes the play. 1 away.
I've turned the page and started a new page over here. So
that hurts a little because you got to write in all the lineups.
No. Just as they come up.
Well,
it's all good.
Whatever it takes.
I think the Brewers had I think it was a 20-inning game in Anaheim, 19 innings. 1-0 the score. Maybe it's 18 innings.
The longest game I've ever done as a broadcaster was in the minor leagues, 19 innings. Tomas swinging away at that first pitch. Hey, Garza, he's giving the Brewers a big lift here. Nuno putting up 4 scoreless innings. Garza trying to do the same. No balls and a strike. Yasmani Tomas. Big bouncer. Fair ball. Once again, Herrera and out number 2. Back-to-back 5-3 groundouts. Longest extra inning game by innings, 25. Rock mentioned that he played in that game back in '84. That was in Chicago against the White Sox. Longest game in Milwaukee, or let's say in franchise history, because it wasn't in Milwaukee, it was in Seattle, it was 20 innings, the Pilots. So the longest game in Milwaukee, 19 innings. Again against the White Sox back in 1991. The 7th occasion in Brewers franchise history where they have played 16 innings. Some fun facts with Vidal Nuno at the plate. He hit the ball hard his last time up. The Arizona pitcher. Nuno pitched in a game earlier this year. I mentioned he went 6 2/3. That was out of relief. Came in the 2nd inning in that game. Took it into the 8th. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bouncing ball. Sardinas. The side is retired. Bottom of the 16th coming. Who's got it in him? Call your friends. Call your family. Get them on the phone. Get them dialed in here.
Tweet them.
Tweet them. Snapchat them.
Facebook.
Instagram them.
Never know, you might see something you've never seen before.
Vidal Nuno is on the mound. We have not seen him before until tonight. Today, which today has turned into tonight. So here's Gomez to lead off.
I've seen and heard a lot of things I've never heard before in the booth. Today
and tonight. Gomez to be followed by Rogers. I love the diehards that have remained at Miller Park. Look at the Diamondbacks. They're all up on the top step.
They've got to fly to Arizona tonight after the game.
Yes, they do. Brewers will be flying to St. Louis.
Nice short flight, about an hour.
Way to go, folks. Oh, the double bubble rally helmet. 2-2 to Gomez.
Could use one of them right about now. Matter of fact, I have one.
A rally helmet or a
double bubble?
Double
Don't
bubble.
have the rally helmet. No.
Best come in the big leagues. Here comes the 2-2. Gomez takes a called strike 3. Down he goes.
And Nuno doing a very good job keeping the fastball away from these Brewers hitters. Check this out. Right on the outside corner, I guess right at the top of the strike zone, and a little too close to take.
Here's Jason Rogers. They're in extra innings in Seattle. 10th inning in a 3-3 game. Indians-Mariners. Cubs won at 11 today. Beat the Royals 2-1. Saw Josh Hamilton had a walk-off today.
Something about being a Texas Ranger for him, huh?
Had a 2-homer game the other day.
Yeah, that Cup game went to review. Initially called out at home plate, went to a review, and it was a safe call. How about that?
All right.
Doesn't do anything for you?
No, not. I didn't see it. Very focused here on that strike from Nuno. Jason Rogers in a 2-2 count, and he swings and hits it high in the air. Did he get it? He did not. Inciarte at the track. Two
Just
outs.
missed again. Actually, that wasn't the way that play went down.
And the Cubs game
went to review. The out call was confirmed, and then the base hit to win it.
David Ross with the walk-off in that game.
Right.
Here is Herrera.
This is the 474th pitch that Ryan Blakeney has seen today.
But who's counting?
And I'm pretty sure on that because I was told. That's not something I came up with. That would have been wrong.
There is a pattern.
So there you go. He's seen a lot of pitches today.
That's good work for him. The clapper's back. There's the 0-1 inside for a ball. That's what we've been missing right there. One and two now. Herrera in a hole and takes a ball. 2-2 now. See if he can get one he can handle. 2-2 pitch. Herrera takes ball 3. Herrera drew a walk his last time up. He's 0 for 6 in his 7 plate appearances. Here comes Nuno. The 3-2 is popped up. Shallow right, long run Trumbo, and he's got it for the out. And we go to the 17th inning. Why not? Park, and Garza has been fantastic. Came on in the 13th. Been a familiar theme, and Ciarte popping out in the 14th inning. Got a punch out of Tomas. And then in the 15th, with Pennington at the plate. Look at this play by Garza. A little handy glove work. Last inning. Got Tomas again. Couple of ground outs in that frame. 3 ground outs, as a matter of fact.
He's had only 2 base hits and 2 walks. Of course, the 2 walks intentional to Goldschmidt. Gave up a leadoff double to start the 13th. Stranded Pollock. And he's been good since.
All right, here is Jordan Pacheco. Came in to catch in one of these extra innings. I can't remember which one. I think it was the 14th. All even at 6. We might have to go to the Zubas in the bottom of the 17th. The rally Zubas.
Pacheco came in with Nuno.
There you go. Nuno has thrown 5 scoreless innings. Garza with 4 scoreless. Sounded like he broke his bat. Segura. And 1 out. The ground balls keep coming for Garza. Future Hall of Fame pitcher John Smoltz checking in, making fun of us.
Matt LePay is chimed in as well.
Let's go through the Rolodex and just to put it on the record.
Mark Grant from San Diego.
My wife.
I can't tell you what Mark Grant said.
My wife asked how the room was in St. Louis.
She thought you were in St. Louis.
Pitch inside to Ahmed. Oh, he goes. Unable to check his swing there.
So I guess you didn't hear you giving her a hard time just now. So you're all right.
Yeah. All good. Strike two. 0-2 the count on Nick Ahmed. He is batting for the 4th time and didn't enter the game till the 12th inning. No, he came in the 9th inning. I beg your pardon. Oh, and 2 the count. Garza delivers ground ball. Segura ranging over. He's got it. Got to hurry his throw, and it is low. It actually hit the runner, I think. And safe is Ahmed, who runs well. That'll be an infield hit.
Yeah, little short hop to Jason Rogers, who tried to pick it, couldn't hold on to it. Man, the legs have got to be getting heavy for Gene Segura. All the playing time that he's been able to get, and 17th inning today. And Rogers able to keep it close. It hits him, and that keeps Ahmed at first base.
Top of the order here is Pollock, who doubled off Garza. Garza was able to strand him, though, after that leadoff double. He's had a good day. 3 for 6, triple, double, 2 walks, driven in a run. He scored a run. He's stolen a base. A stat stuffer. He's a tough guy to double up too. He runs well. Runner goes. Hit and run is on a hop. Segura, the throw is just in time. Put the runner in motion there. Pollock is out. 6-3, 2 outs. Here comes Pennington. Well, the Brewers in the bottom of the 17th inning will have Sardinius, then Maldonado, and then Garza.
Yep, and nothing doing in that bullpen down for Arizona. So it's going to be Nuno once again. Diamondbacks still have 2 guys down there. Perez, the left-hander, and Delgado.
So Arizona with a runner in scoring position have not had many opportunities. With Pennington at the plate, Goldschmidt on deck.
You got to believe that Pennington is going to get some pitches to hit here. Don't want to deal with a guy on deck, that's for sure. The Brewers have proven that as this game's gone on today.
Yeah, they've walked him 4 consecutive trips to the plate. Two and 0.
And if you're Pennington, you're being very patient here to try and draw the walk.
And it's lined right to Rogers. Swings at 2-0. Garza, another 0. Bottom of the 17th coming. He hit a home run in the 8th inning about 3 hours ago. And we are still tied 6-6, bottom of the 17th inning. Luis Sardinas, he leads off for the Brewers on another matchup of the Enyes with Nuno and Sardinas. Six game. There have been 31 hits. This is the longest game in Miller Park history by innings and time. Tell you, Nuno has been impressive here today.
Yes, he has.
He's got 85 pitches. Pitching in his 6th inning.
Yep, and nobody warming up in that bullpen.
Only 1 hit allowed. He's walked 3 as Sardinas fouls it away.
Brewers have had only 3 hits since the 6th inning. Haven't had much going on. The Brewers had 3 hits in the 6th, and since that time, only 3 hits.
Wow. Michael Blazek alone on an island. Luis Sardinas leading off this 17th. Nuno delivers. And a foul out of play. Making a memory here at Miller Park. This is one of those games they'll be talking about for a long time. Remember that game in Milwaukee back in 2015? There's the 0-2. Sardinas fouls it off again.
And what will they say about it?
That is the question. That's a good catch. Well done, sir. Take a bow.
Now, was here for that Brewers victory.
Check it out, Rock. Big league. Left-handed, phone in the right hand. Everything intact. Confidence soaring right now for that guy.
It's good concentration. But I guarantee that hand is smarting right now.
That could be the one tonight.
Right in the palm of the hand. Now, those hurt. Tell me they don't hurt.
Didn't hurt that guy.
Sure it did.
No way.
Not going to rub it, though.
No problem. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Sardinas strikes out. Chased one. And here is Maldonado, who has walked twice. Let the pitcher due up next in Garza, and the scenario played out where they could get to Garza with 2 outs. Not the case here, so Maldonado should see something he can hit. Maldonado, center field. Did he get this one? Back is Pollock, and it is gone! A home run! Martin Maldonado walks it off in the 17th inning. How about it? Yeah. Sunday is your day. Martin Maldonado. What a moment.
Well, good for him. Boy, he worked for that one, catching 17 innings today. And got a pitch up out over the plate. Didn't try and pull it. Check it out. Nice, easy swing. The question is he going to carry for him? 88 miles an hour, out away from him. Goes right with it into center field. And well, they're going to be able to say they were here for that 17-inning Brewers victory.
And a slide for good measure. Maldonado. What a performance. Had a walk-off on Mother's Day earlier this year. He has Number 2 here today. Martin Maldonado in the winner's circle with Sophia.
Thanks, BA. And Maldi, your 8th at bat, you come up with the game winner. What was your approach here in the 17th inning?
Say something up and put a good swing on it. He was doing an unbelievable job, missing pitches. I got a fastball down the middle, can miss it.
What about the marathon of this game? You caught all 17 innings of this game. How are you guys feeling, and how does it feel to come away with a win after such a long game here?
We are tired. Our pitching staff do a great job keeping on the ball game. We battled, fall behind early and came back. That was a big win for us.
9 pitchers used in this game. What can you say about the job Matt Garza did today? He was scheduled to be the starter for tomorrow, comes in and tosses 5 scoreless innings here.
Oh, that's unbelievable. He came out, doing ball great. He volunteered to go to the bullpen and help us. Did an unbelievable job.
All right, well, your second walk-off of the season. Congratulations. And Martin Maldonado comes off the walk-off hero yet again for the Brewers on a Sunday.
How about that? Well done, Martin Maldonado. It was his day behind the plate for 17 innings, and he slides in for good measure to finish the home run to win it. We'll recap this one and hear from the clubhouse next.